Hello again, Struck Quip. Welcome back to another stream of mine. Today I will be focusing on farming for that one item I need for my 2.0 version of the Absolver Zealot, which is the Molten Reach item. So I will be farming mostly on mages and mostly on the Electrode Disc Mage, but I would be every now and then, if people want to see something different, I wouldn't mind switching to a different mage. But the priority today would be getting that Molten Reach. First I want to get this one to 60, which is very soon, probably a few maps, 4 or 5 maps on this one, and we should be 60. Then I would switch to farming Ridiculous on this one, and yeah, I wouldn't mind switching from one mage to another, but since I need level 60 only drop mage item, it means I need to focus my farming attention on Dusk Mages for today, because I really want that item. I really want this build to look like the version 1.0 visually with the Molten Reach, and the Molten Reach is the missing link for that build right now. And yeah, I haven't been able to get it since the game launched across all my Dusk Mages so far. So on the Flaming Destroyer, on the Cold Hard Dusk Mages, I wasn't able to get it. So hopefully the Electrode one is the one that finally gets lucky. Just give me a moment to plug my headset. Okay, headset plugged in. We should be ready. As you can see, this one is halfway there with the level up. So probably 3-4 maps should do the trick. I don't need this. I was looking at some items. Maybe I can put them in. This is energy spike, wall level energy spike item. I don't think I'm gonna need it. So yeah. What's not wall level here? This is the only thing that's not wall level. Let me quickly check some of the stuff here. I just need to put some. I need to put some things into the storage. Holy Fury energy spike. Okay. I'm gonna look into some room later. Maybe first let's see what items I need to place somewhere. Shoulder, chest. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be free shoulder or chest anywhere, but just in case, I'm gonna check those few storage places here. Yeah, well, let's just move. I'm always out of storage. If there's one thing I can be sure about, it's that I will always be out of storage. Benjamin Vega is back. Welcome back, Benjamin. Nice to see you again. Oh, Gauntlet. That's probably gonna be what we need to level up, a Gauntlet map. I'm gonna be drinking a little bit of... I made a mixture. I took some apple puree, and then I took some apple juice, and I put the apple juice in the apple puree, or what was remaining of it, and then I jerked it into the jar, and now it's like a mixture between juice and puree, like a smoothie. So I'm drinking that now. So if you hear this sound, this washing sound, it's me drinking that. A little bit of vitamin C. Benjamin Vega says, he's saying, good morning bro, hey, do you know about Grim Down? Yeah, I know, I have Grim Down on my account. I know Grim Down. I've played a lot of Grim Down with my brother, with my friends. I mean, I've streamed it on my channel, but I've just played so much Grim Down that I'm kind of bored of Grim Down. Yeah, I know they constantly keep adding new stuff, and there's probably a lot of stuff I haven't seen. In fact, one of the people on my channel wanted to gift me Grim Dawn, because on this account I'm playing, I don't own it, I own it on a different account, but due to Stream's family share feature, I can share games from my other account into this account and play them. I just don't feel like playing Grim Dawn right now. I've played Grim Dawn so much to the point where I'm just waiting for Grim Dawn 2 right now. Or for a new big expansion, something big. The thing is, with Grim Dawn, it takes a long time to gear up. It takes a long time to gear up a build, and I'm bored of having to do all the story. And even if you use that item that allows you to skip the story, you still have to go and run through the maps to get all your devotion points. There is no way to skip getting all the devotion points and just use an item, and that item would give you all the points. I still have to, even with skipping the story with that one item they sell in Grim Dawn, I still have to go and grab all my devotion points. So yeah, I'm gonna leave Grim Dawn to the Grim Dawn community for now, and maybe when Grim Dawn 2 comes, which I'm actually more excited about Grim Dawn 2 than I am about Diablo 4, because it's not Blizzard. So maybe in 2, 3, 4 years we would see Grim Dawn 2 completed, and it would be something amazing. Maybe we'll see. I mean, Grim Dawn right now, I would strongly recommend it to anyone who wants a new game in the genre. I'm not sure how much it is on sale for. I'm gonna check in a moment after this map, after I level up. Feel free to share what the price is for Grim Dawn, including all the expansions, including the Ashes of Malmut, the Forgotten Gods, and the Crucible DLCs. Shit, now it's so sticky due to this apple juice. But yeah, if it's on a big sale, then it's definitely something worth getting. There are just so many mods for Grim Dawn. That's another thing I love about it. There's so much modding happening with that game, and the modding is good in such a way where the developers actually included, like a year ago or so, they included some of the quality of life mods made by the community into the live version. That's how good some of the mods were, that even the developers of Grim Dawn liked them and decided to include them into the game. The quality of life mods, not the ones that are like super altering. So for today the mission is to try and get that Molten Reach finally, after 2 months, 3 months after the game launched. Oh shit. What killed me? I have no idea what kills me in this game sometimes. I wish there was some sort of a replay of what killed you. I was not inside of the fire and I was far from the witch and there was no rotating bones underneath me. And I didn't even see an enemy next to me, so whatever got me must have been either invisible or I'm blind. Okay, another weapon lost. I keep losing weapons. Okay, I'm gonna have to use this overpowered weapon. I'm not gonna life bind it because it's gonna be overpowered if I do. Damn, that was such a good gauntlet map. Now it's gone. I really wanted this gauntlet map. And now this one is shifting shackles twice, so I have to do something else. Something that's not shifting shackles. I'm not gonna do shifting shackles. Let's do this one. enemy came up behind me and poked me once. Damn, that must have been some OP poke. One poke, one kill. And welcome, Javier. Yeah, it definitely is a shame that saying it's not Blizzard is something that people understand. Some time ago, saying it's not Blizzard, people would be laughing at you. Because it would be the opposite. It would be the opposite. Saying it's not Blizzard would actually mean that there's a chance of the game being bad. But right now, saying it's not Blizzard, it means there's less of a chance of the game being bad. So it's kind of almost the opposite meaning. I mean, it not being Blizzard doesn't mean the game is gonna be good. It means it has less of a chance of it being screwed up. But yeah, Crate Entertainment, so far they have good reputation. Even if I rephrase it from it's not Blizzard to it's Crate Entertainment, yeah, in this genre, for me, Crate Entertainment are a company that I trust and believe in, that they would bring a good Grim Dawn 2 when the time comes, when the time is right. I'm assuming Grim Dawn 2 is probably gonna come 1 or 2 years after Diablo 4. And if Diablo 4 ends up bad, so far it doesn't look like it will, but if it does, Grim Dawn could be the savior then. I just hope they change a lot of things from the Grim Dawn 1 series to Grim Dawn 2 and make it a little bit more modernized as a system, as gaming systems and things like that. Right now there's a ton of good things in Grim Dawn, and as I said, if someone hasn't tried it and is looking for something to try with a lot of content, a lot of things to explore, if it's really on a big sale, it's worth it. I don't know how much it's selling for right now. I'm gonna assume it's at least 50% off, most likely, maybe more. I'll see. I'll kill those enemies and check the Steam store. Let's see, if I go to Steam like this, store. Actually, why do I go store? I can just go library, and I can click on Grim Dawn, and I can click on view store page. Let's see what the discount is right now. Oh, it's 57% off for the definitive bundle. Different things are discounted differently, but yeah, that means the whole bundle is $27.72 instead of 64 something. Oh yeah, $27.72 is not that low of a price, but it's definitely nice. And Grim Dawn, the base game, is $4.99, 80% off for the base game, and the base game for €5 is a steal. Getting Grim Dawn for €5 as the base game is a steal. Yeah, obviously with the expansions, it's a whole nother story, and obviously you can just buy the expansions you want, like Ashes of Mammoth, Forgotten Gods, Crucible. Excluding the other stuff, the Loyalist packs, and I think the Loyalist packs are pretty much cosmetics which no one needs really. But Ashes of Mammoth, Forgotten Gods, and Crucible are the 3 DLCs I would recommend getting, because they're the content DLCs. The survival mode, the act, what was it called? 5, 6? I forgot the numbering of the acts. But yeah, Ashes of Mammoth, and Ashes of Mammoth adds 2 masteries, and it also adds 1 new act, and then Forgotten Gods adds 1 mastery and 1 new act. So definitely worth getting those as well. But yeah, for €5, definitely getting just the base version could provide you with a lot of fun playtime. Okay, let's try and level up. Maybe one more map after this one and we should be maxed out with the levels, and then I can go to ridiculous and get myself one shot even more. The defenser needed a lot on this guy. I can try and get some of the gear from my other heroes, but I'd rather not do the same thing I did with my Realm Masters, constantly transferring items from one hero to the next. It's just not fun when I'm constantly transferring items. I like every hero to have its own gear that is reserved for that hero. And maybe just transfer weapons to the shared stash. Let's see if there's any goblin dinners nearby. More goblin dinners. There should be another two over here, up there. Alfred is back, says good day Struck. I'm probably leveling a mage after my Realm Master. Would you say Electrode to Flaming Destroyer is best? I would say I prefer Electrode, but they're both good enough. They're both equally good. I think Electrode is fun for mages because of the casting speed, which you can only get casting speed from the Electrode and from the Liu General. And right now I can get up to 100% casting speed stacked. 50 from 1000 volt burst, 25 from Conjure Electrode and 25 from the Liu General. So I would say Electrode is a little different in regards to how you would build around it, especially if you go for casting speed. But yeah, it's pretty fun. And I'm not saying the other one isn't fun or isn't good and decent. It's just a different type of playing, each of those two relics. With the Electrode I definitely try to go for casting as fast as possible so I can proc as many things as possible. I'm not a fan of how this is rotated. Okay, let's try and look for the goblin dinners. I think there were two of those at the start of the map. Over here, 1, 2. And level 60, finally. I can go to Ridiculous next, although my gear is definitely not up to the task for Ridiculous. Well, mana would be an issue if you don't use the celestial boots. And right now I'm not having that much of a problem with mana. And that's without me even using a focus item. If I use a focus item and if I use a helmet with mana again, then I think I wouldn't have a problem. The main thing is I really need Molten Reach. If I get Molten Reach, that means I can use Entropy for another stack of mana infused. And then that makes it Entropy, Shadow Step, Dark Spears, Light Spear, all of those can proc mana infused. Even this thing, Imbue Relic can proc mana infused. Even Conjure Electrode can proc mana infused. Even 1000 volt burst can proc mana infused. So the only thing that's not gonna be proccing mana infused for me would be Absolver, which would be my spammy skill. So anything else I cast once I get the Molten Reach would be triggering mana infused. So that's why I really need that Molten Reach to complete that build. It's like the last piece of the puzzle. And I was thinking that mana would be a problem without the affix that we used to have before, which was X% mana cost, minus X% mana cost to Absolver, to Entropy, to etc. Before I was using mana cost reduction for Absolver. This has been removed from the game, either intentionally or as an unintended change. Most likely it's an intended change, and most likely we will not see that returning. So I'm not relying on that returning. I'm trying to build without it in the mix, in the calculation. So for now it seems to work okay. I just need to fix my defenses, obviously. I'm just wondering if I should... you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try and play with the WoW level. Not WoW level, but the WoW damage item. What's happening? Did I get disconnected or something? What? What's happening? Where did that item go now? Look at that! I have no sword yet. Oh, the servers are having problem yet again. The servers are wagging. Ah, now it's here. What the hell is happening? Okay, this is the item. What the... How? How is this happening? I think the stash databases are fucked up. See, this item... Finally. Not sure what was happening there, but yeah. I need to transfer one item. The stashes are misbehaving very badly right now. So I'm hopefully gonna be able to transfer through the other hero. I want to transfer the North Maze. I want to transfer the North Maze, which I'm pretty sure I've got one on this one, but I don't want to touch that one. So which one do I transfer? Oh, there actually should be one in my storage, in my warehouse. There should be one North Maze. I think something's happening with the databases. It's loading my storage spaces very slowly. And you saw I was trying to put an item in the storage, it didn't let me. I was trying to unequip an item and it didn't let me many times in a row. So what I'm trying to get now is the North Maze. See, it's taking so long to load the storage space. Okay, there we go. That's the item I wanted. The North Maze. So now this is on a 24-second cooldown. Okay, well, I'm gonna have problems with my defenses. So for now, it's not gonna be fuzzier. And why is this here? I'm probably not gonna do Fazier, I'm gonna do maps. If I have any that I can collect. Just so I can get some basic level 60 items, even if they're blue. I would love to replace this one's 57, this one's 53, this one's 57. Let me quickly check something. Absolver level 60. This one seems like not a bad choice. $60 energy spike. It's still better. No, it's not better. It doesn't have the defense I need. What's in my legendarium? In my legendarium right now I'm using Ember Boots, Cuirass and Liu General. Meaning if I find a good Cuirass at level 60, I can empty up a slot there. For now I'm gonna just play with what I've got. Let's collect some maps. Now that we're level 60, maybe we can get a level 60 item to drop. And Alfred is saying, have my prime sub, sir. Well, thank you very much, Alfred. Right in the feels. Thank you very much for the prime sub. It's not showing up on my notifications. Sometimes I don't know why they're not showing me when someone subscribes. Like it's not immediate. But thank you very much. Let me collect a few more maps. Like this. This is 11. 11. Holy Boat Entropy. That's actually interesting. Holy Boat and Entropy increase. And Jacek, or Jacek, welcome very much. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And for showing interest in regarding when my next stream will be. I hope my message reached you. My reply when you were asking when the next stream will be. Okay, oh, Arc Power Chest, nice. That's an upgrade, I think. I'm losing defense, but I'm winning poison, defense, HP and some more crit damage. So is it worth losing as much defense?
Life support systems.
Oh, there we go. That's Alfred's sub. Thank you again, Alfred, very much. Gifted one subscription to random users in the channel, and the random user that won is the Old Coffin Spirit. Congrats to the Old Coffin Spirit for winning the gift sub. And by the way, Happy New Year to those of you who didn't hear me saying it yesterday. To those of you who are joining today. Okay, I'm gonna go and do those two maps. Hopefully I can get some new wood in those maps. But I don't think this this arc powered chest is worth it. Maybe if I'm fighting Vultura, I'm gonna switch. If I'm not gonna be equipping that. Yeah, success, because I saw your gameplay with sharpshooter fire and fire did tickle my fancy. Okay, and you're starting another sharpshooter with the fire relic. Well, yeah, that's not a bad choice. I mean, the fire and the electric relics, they're good for any class. You can't go wrong with those relics as a choice for any class. They're the ones that provide you decent damage.
Life support systems repaired.
And Alfred just subscribed himself for a second month in a row. Thank you again very much, Alfred, for the subs. Really appreciated you. Really right in the feels. I wish you could see me. I wish you could see me. But very soon. I'm still waiting for the delivery of my green screen. Last I checked yesterday, it was in Romania, which is a neighboring country of mine. So maybe soon it will be in my country, and maybe soon I would be able to show you guys my reactions and to show you this little cute furry cat next to me, the fluffy Sky, who is right now standing next to his feeding spot. He has a feeding spot on my bed where I give him food, and he's just standing there waiting for food. But he ate 2 hours ago, maybe an hour and a half ago, so he's just too early on the feeding spot. Yeah, this is gonna be a rework of my Absolver Zealot. I'm still figuring out whether I wanna keep Vocalized Storm to use before bursting, or whether I wanna remove that point and maybe put another skill there. Because there are some interesting skills I can use there. For example, for mobility, Winter Weave Shoulders could work very well there, to have 2 movement skills. Alright, there we go. Wait, what was this? Fire defense and regular defense. I want something with sockets. Even if it's a blue chest, as long as it has sockets, I can get the defense I need. I can probably do some gambling later for chest pieces. If I'm lucky, I can even get a celestial chest or a winter weave chest piece would be pretty decent. And yeah, Jacek likes the fire version, already has full musketeer set on his old sharpshooter. Yeah, that's pretty decent. When you play a second relic version of the same class, you can at least reuse the items. And with the wardrobes you can just transfer the whole set in one go, which is pretty nice. Alfred saying he's currently pushing the Fazir with his partner, and he's playing a Blood Drinker Forge, 100% focusing on defense. So it's nice when he doesn't need to do the damage. Yeah, if you're using Seekers, you can heal your co-op partner. See, if you're using Seekers, you can do the healing, and if you use Living Barrier, you can heal yourself and be tanky. And it's pretty nice. Power projection with Vortex Bomb, a lot of defense, then Living Barrier, a lot of damage reduction and extra healing for you. And Blood Seekers is healing for everyone, not just you. Also damage for everyone, not just you. What is stronger, targeted strikes or explosive arrow? Well, in the early levels, obviously you would want targeted strikes, because you can't use explosive arrow until like level, was it level 20 or 15? I think it was 15, but it could be 20. I forgot. Let me check. It's 15, okay, so yeah, until level 15 you might use targeted strikes. In general, they're different. Targeted strikes is very good when you group them up in a line, in a straight line. Explosive arrow allows you to snipe them from the other end of the map without them even getting close to you. and it's also AoE in a circle, so they don't have to be perfectly lined up in a straight line. So it's about what you want to achieve, I guess. I think target strikes is very nice for a new player to get used to, but for the flaming destroyer, I like explosive arrow more. Tier 3 explosive arrow, including all the other previous tiers, is pretty fun, and it's a good synergy for a flaming destroyer build. It's definitely a nice synergy. Okay, wait a moment. Just a moment. I'm starting my my FPS monitor, my counter. Okay, it started. There we go. Now we have the thingy there monitoring. Okay, because I noticed my fans started spinning quicker than usual. I was wondering why. My GPU temperature is only 52 Celsius, which is not bad at all. Now that's getting filled up quickly. Should I keep killing some stuff in this map? Let's clear the map more. I'd rather clear as much as I can from this map. But yeah, this is gonna be the next build video. Maybe tomorrow I can make it into a build video. If I get the Molten Reach today, finally, I can make it a video tomorrow. But yeah, right now I'm gonna really focus all my attention into farming for a Molten Reach. I'm gonna start gambling even for one-handed weapons maybe. Even if I don't get as much defense, I really need that Molten Reach. And doing Mapworks maps is not bad. They might not be 50% gear work and only 25% extra gear work. But they are pretty easy to do because they don't have that extra power on the enemies. I'm gonna be doing some fuzzier maps, some map works, a bit of everything, I guess. I think that's it for this map. I missed some parts of it, I'm not gonna go all the way there. Alfred saying tips on legendary farming. Currently spamming fuzzier level that's only spawning uniques. Well, Gear Waki is also good. Oh sorry, my microphone my microphone stand. Shit, what happened to it? Just a moment. Why is it dropping? Okay, that should hold it in place, I hope. There we go. But yeah, farming uniques Gear Waki is good. and dividing gear waki is also good. And if you reach stage 150 of the Fazir, you can do Unix dividing gear waki if you find it. Unix dividing gear waki is the best map you can farm for legendary items. Obviously, reaching level 150 of the Fazir would take a while, even in a team. But if you can reach it, then yeah, around level 150, 150 something, you can get that combo, unique gear waki dividing. But gear waki dividing, unique gear waki, those are both good things. And you cannot have multiple stacks on burn, only poison. Only poison can have multiple stacks. 3 stacks poison, burn and anything else is only 1 stack. But you can keep reapplying the burning, and you can make the burning stronger. See, what you do is you get additive bonuses. So, for example, right now I've got chance to shock for X weapon damage or whatever. Where is it?
Your pet has returned.
Let me try and show you with chance to burn, maybe it would be a better choice. I just need an offhand. I need an offhand where I can maybe add the element. Okay, this is chance to shock. Wait, what? I added it. Why is it not there, man? There's some whack going on with the server. Something's happening with the server. I think it just needs a restart or something. I don't know what's happening, but yeah. You just saw me enchanting this item. It doesn't let me equip that item. But it's additive. If you have 50% chance to burn for 60% weapon damage on one item, and then on the other item you have another 30% chance to burn for 40%, you're gonna have then 50 plus 30% chance to burn for what was it, 60 plus 40, and that would stack with your passives and stuff like that. Okay, now this is equipped chance to shock for 26 weapon damage. Chance to shock for 26 weapon damage. So my shock damage is 77. If I remove this, my shock damage is 50. And where does the 50 come from? It's from my skill. Where was it? Here. So I have right now 10% chance to shock for 50 weapon damage. And with this item, the 10% chance to shock becomes 34.5, which gets rounded up to 35, and the 50% shock damage gets rounded up to 50 plus 26.5, rounded up to 77. So that's how it works. It's additive. It's additive both for the chance and for the duration and for the damage. So all of those are additive bonuses. And when you understand how this works, you can kind of stack it and make it become stronger by stacking multiple sources of that. So instead of stacking affixes, you can just stack what's it called? Damage. You can stack the damage, make it stronger. The burn damage. And the chances. I mean, eventually you can even get 100% chance to burn, which means every first hit would be burning, every second hit would have a chance to trigger other things. It's not just fire or whitening. Every damage over time works in the same way, but yeah, both fire or whitening are very strong choices for every hero. Regardless what class you select, You cannot go wrong with Electrode as a subclass or Flaming Destroyer as a subclass. There's some very nice builds out there that can be discovered. I prefer Electrode on mages over Flaming Destroyer because of the casting speed, because it's something that goes very well. And in general I just like Electrode more, but that doesn't mean that Flaming Destroyer is not fun. You saw me play with Flaming Destroyer Mage and Flaming Destroyer Sharpshooter yesterday. I've played Flaming Destroyer on every hero and I really love it as a combo. It's definitely an interesting choice. Let's see. This map is amazing for farming. On this map sometimes when I clear the whole map, before it's cleared I get at least one legendary. Because it's such a huge map, you can spend so much time clearing it. Let's see if I'm gonna get at least one legendary in this map. My gear work is not great. Right now I'm sitting at 24 gear work and the map gives me 25, so that makes it what, 49 gear work. Kind of half of what we can get. So I mean, gear work doesn't guarantee you legendary items, but it guarantees you more drops overall from the map, meaning more drops, more chances of the dice to roll as a legendary when it rolls the dice for what rarity an item is. I'm gonna clear this map completely though. Whenever I get this Sacred Plains map, I wanna fully clear it. One saying bleed and poison can also be strong, but chill does nothing. Chill is very underwhelming, and I hope they make chill reduce the damage of the enemies. I think that's the best thing they can do for chill. Make the enemies do less damage when they're chilled. Maybe. Just a little bit. Maybe make it 5% less damage and make it stack up to 4 or 5 times, or even up to 3 times. That would be something that would make the code hard very decent for survivability. I think that's one of the major changes that chill needs, and then that chilling skill that we get on the Flaming Destroyer as a passive would actually make sense if you want defense, if you want survivability. They do have the technology to reduce the damage enemies do, because their skills like PP, like Damnation, that reduce the damage we take, that reduce the damage enemies do to us as a debuff to them instead of a buff to us. So they can just take that whole technology, that whole mechanic, and balance it to whatever number they feel is right. Maybe make it stackable, how many stacks of shield an enemy can get. If it makes more sense to have it stackable rather than give us a big number from a single stack. And then yeah, that would really transform the way people play shield related builds. And the relic, the Cold Heart relic. We talked a lot about it yesterday, and welcome back, Hussein. Welcome back to the Struck Club. Nice to see you today as well. Oh no! Please let me go back. Please let me go back. Okay, I could go back. I want to clear this map completely. He entered the portal without me wanting to enter it. I'm gonna clear the other side. of the map first. Three stacks of shield to freeze the enemies to activate half of what wait, what do you mean half? To activate half of the Cold Heart 3. I mean, there's chance to freeze, which is separate, so getting X stacks of shield to activate freeze might be a bit overpowered. Because first you're freezing them and making them basically do nothing. And again, on bosses you won't be able to freeze bosses, but I think the reducing the damage with shield is something that really fits. And it could work on bosses. You can chill bosses, you're not freezing them, you're only chilling them, you're reducing the damage they do to you. So it makes sense, it's balanced in my opinion. But yeah, it seems like an interesting idea, reaching X number of stacks of shield to transform it into freezing. But I'd still rather keep the shield and reducing the damage instead of transforming it into frozen. Freeze right now is super strong. Yeah, it doesn't work on bosses, but to anything else it works. You can freeze walk enemies. You can freeze walk enemies to the point where it's super trivial if you have someone focusing on freezing everyone in the team. The other people can focus on the damage, that one can focus on the crowd control and stacking chance to freeze in their gear alongside maybe snowstorm freeze. And then people won't reach you. People won't, not people. Monsters won't reach you. They won't hit you if there's someone constantly freezing them. The only problem would be on bosses. That's why I think we need changes to chill to make it worth investing into and stacking and getting. But freeze is good. Freeze doesn't need any changes, in my opinion. And I understand that for balancing reasons it shouldn't freeze bosses, because it's silly when you freeze a boss and then it's just basically a dummy doing nothing there, just waiting to get killed. Being able to freeze bosses, as I said many times, would be fine if they add a break bar. Break bar where you freeze an enemy and if it's a boss it reduces the duration of the freeze by like 75% or 70% or whatever. So if it's 3 seconds it goes down to like 1 or 0.7 seconds freeze when it's a boss, and then after this expires it has like 10 or 15 seconds before it can be frozen again. This way I would like a change like this. It would mean that we can still freeze enemies and benefit from that when they're bosses, but it would mean we won't be able to freeze walk them, so it won't be overpowered. And every 15, 10 or 20 seconds, whatever feels right, to be able to freeze a boss doesn't seem like that bad if the duration is pretty short and it's just more like an interruption rather than freeze him in place. I think crit on freezing should go away from Cold Heart. I think, as I said yesterday, I don't think Cold Heart should be crits. People have the wrong impression about Cold Heart being something of an offensive relic. It's not an offensive relic, it's a defensive relic and crowd control. They should just remove this stupid boring crit, because it's super easy to get 40% crit chance. And just replace it with a defensive bonus that reduces the damage of nearby enemies. Any enemy that's within the reach of Cold Storm, not Cold Storm, Snowstorm, should just take, not take more damage, but deal less damage. If you make the enemy take more damage, it's just a different thing. You already get 25% extra damage from Snowstorm, so it's already making you much stronger, a quarter stronger than before. So a little bit of extra survivability would be fine for this relic. If it's meant to be the survivability relic, they should just make more efforts towards making it a survivability relic. And Snowstorm tier 3 would be the perfect thing to add extra survivability for us. You can already do a lot of damage without relying on the relic. You don't need the relic. You can make a build with 0 points in the relic and still do a ton of damage on any hero, especially on Dusk Mage. Especially on Dusk Mage. If you build a Dusk Mage the right way, you don't even need your relic. Obviously, putting points into the relic is better than not putting points into the relic. Because there's things like procs, things like what's it called? This thing, lightning strike, things like ice shield. In the ice relic, ice shield is amazing, and I love it. Snowstorm is also not bad, but again, this tier 3 bonus is just unnecessary. It's kind of pointless now that the limit is 40% crit chance. It was fun and a good idea when the crit chance didn't cap at 40%, and when it was critically hit frozen enemies, always, not 40% chance. But as soon as they added the limit, yeah, this was kind of... 40% crit chance is not hard to get, that's my point. There's many ways you can gear up and stack up certain bonuses to get it. Whereas if it makes enemies do 25% less damage when they're within the Snowstorm circle, that's pretty nice. So an enemy gets inside the Snowstorm circle, then for like the next 3, 4, 5 seconds they do 25 or X% less damage. It would make sense, it would be good to support the whole team, because the whole team would benefit from this, not just you. And you can just be up there close and personal next to the enemies. And I think that the wrong thing to do is synergizing Cold Heart with rifles and pistols. It makes no sense to design a relic to be the defensive relic, to call it the relic that provides extreme defense, and then to tell people to use rifles and pistols with that relic. Rifles and pistols would make sense on the Flaming Destroyer. It would make sense on the Electrode, because that's something that you would probably use with long range. It makes sense even on Bane, although on Bane I understand why they wanted the stuff. I hope they really rework that Cold Heart, revisit it, and reevaluate what that relic should be about. And if it's not about damage, then maybe make it to not be synergy with the rifles and pistols, but something else. It would have been better synergy with a melee weapon. And then they could just change that whole proc to be a close range proc, close mid-range proc, instead of a long range proc. Right now the Cold Heart proc is kind of like the Absolver projectiles, like the Holy Bolt projectiles. And it's a little bit long range, kind of. Not super long, but it's still a long range. But it's so out of place. It's so out of place as a proc in the Cold Heart 3, in the Cold Heart relic. Here Prophet says, is there a good site for Torchlight? I was on the wiki, but it wasn't oh great. Well, there was Torchlight fan site. I'm not sure how good it is. I used the calculator from there. Torchlightfansite.com. I'm gonna give you the link just a moment. Copy pasting it right now. Torchlightfansite.com. This is where the build calculator is. I'm not sure what the info is on that website. But yeah, there's definitely not enough information on the wiki. I mean, it's probably open to the community for edits, most likely. Most likely you can submit an edit and then someone can just approve it. I'm not sure how it works. I was thinking of making my own wiki where I post information about Chaosbane, about Torchlight, but I don't think I have much time to do this. But you know, the same way Fextra Wife has, those people have wikis for the games they play. I was thinking of making one and keeping it updated for Torchlight, for Chaosbane, and for some of the other games I play that don't have regularly updated wikis. But again, that would require me to look into how to host a wiki and which one would be a better solution. In my old work, I was using DokuWiki to create documents for our customers and to create a website version where they can just read it on the wiki if they don't want to read the PDF. But it might be just better if just people start updating the official wiki for Torchlight. What's my favorite class? I don't have a favorite class. I have a favorite subclass, which is the Electrode. But I don't have a favorite class. Every class has a lot of ways to play it and provides something different that you can get on the other classes in the exact same way. Electrode is my favorite subclass, but yeah, for classes I don't have favorites. I have favorite builds. Maybe we can put it that way. I have favorite builds but not favorite classes. I like summoner builds, I like proc monster builds, and a proc monster build, the definition of that I made this term. The definition of a proc monster build is a build that doesn't get damage directly from hits, but gets damage by hitting and proccing certain things, such as, for example, this thing, Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is a very good strong proc. So by proccing Lightning Strike, by having multiple hits per second, as many hits per second as I can, it means as many chances to trigger Lightning Strike per second as possible. Do you think they would add more relics before they add a new class? Yes. They have said it in Discord that adding a new relic is easier, and it really is easier to add a new relic than a new class. Because adding a new class, as I said yesterday in my stream, requires designing the artwork for every single item set on this class. It requires animating how this class performs basic attacks and skill animations for every single skill, for every single item granted skill, for every single weapon, how he does that with this weapon, with that weapon. So rigging, animating, visual effects, 2 skill trees for each class, that's a lot of work, and that's a lot of drawing, animating, and 3D modeling and everything. Whereas with a subclass, you only need to design how that subclass would be on each class. You don't design visually armor models and things like that unless you make a new set, armor set that goes along with that subclass or anything like that. But yeah, you have to just design the 5 active skills, the 5 passive skills, One of them is obviously always going to be Energizer, so there's not much to design there. It's already done. So they have to design one aura skill. They have to design one small spender, one big spender, one ultimate, and one barrier. Then they have to design a melee proc attack, a regular proc, one that gives you chance to X element, which means if they add a new relic, they would have to add a new elemental effect, like bleeding, poison, burn, etc. And yeah, that's much quicker and easier to develop. They can probably do that in 2-3 months, maybe even less, depending. Whereas a new class would require a lot more work. It would require at least half a year, even more maybe, depending. Because there's also sound effects, it's not just visually. There's all the sound effects for every single skill, animation, etc. So you've got animation, you've got rigging, you've got 3D modeling, you've got the VFX, and the sound, and the code. So there's a lot of work when it comes to a new class. And there's a lot of work when it comes to a new subclass, but I think it's twice as less. Maybe even 3 times less work to add a new subclass compared to a new class. And right now, the more items they add in the game, that means the more things, the more work would need to be done when they add a new class. Because you need to make sure that every single item in the game has a model on that class, apart from class specific things that you can't get. For example, you won't be able to get the Dusk Mage, Realm Master, Sharpshooter and Forged items on the new class. They would have to also have to decide on a new class specific weapon. So there's that also to consider. You like when games add new classes, you don't like when they only add one. Well, keep in mind this is not a big game. This is not something with the budget and manpower of Diablo 4. That's not Blizzard, so they can't afford to add so many things so quickly. And I think adding a single class every 1 year is not a bad progression. If every year we get a single class and maybe a single subclass, that's a very good progression. That's a lot of new things in my book. If every year, for example, we get a class and a subclass, I'm actually willing to wait 15 months for a class and maybe 8 months or 6 months for a subclass or something like that. I think it's reasonable. I mean, look at Diablo 2. It obviously didn't start with all the classes it had and eventually added new classes. Diablo 3 also added the Necromancer as a DLC. Grim Dawn added new masteries eventually with the first DLC and another new mastery with the second expansion DLC. So that's pretty standard, adding new classes. Right now you have 20 combinations between class and subclass. That's a lot of variety, a lot of diversity. If they add another subclass, that adds another 4 combinations and makes it to 24. Which is still a pretty solid number of combinations, because for every combination you have dozens of different builds to explore. Probably over 100 different builds you can explore for each combination if you think about it. A reasonable number would be to say like 50 combinations for each build, for each combination. I mean 50 builds for each combination. So I'm Electro Dusk Mage. I can probably make 50 different builds. Obviously they're going to be very similar, some of them. But yeah, I could make builds where I'm using Entropy. I can make builds where I'm using Entropy as a cooldown skill. I can make builds where I'm using Absolver or Holy Bolt or Holy Fury or Radiant Blast and using the items connected to those. Builds where I'm barely using the Dark Tree, builds where I'm barely using the Light Tree, builds where I'm focusing on melee attacks and using this, or where I'm using the Digitus and using this. or builds where I'm using this skill or with this skill or with this skill, builds where I'm using this, builds where I'm not using this. There's a lot of options right now. And yeah, Grimdown has so much stuff to do build diversity wise, especially when you consider min-maxing and monster infrequence. There's a lot of grinding involved there, but yeah, that's a lot of opportunities there with some monster infrequence and some of the builds you can get. Obviously, monster infrequence are min-maxer thing. You don't need them to make a build, but they definitely help make a build much stronger and get that final few percent of DPS or survivability for that setup. Hussein says, I hope they add the Berserker class from Torchlight 2, the one with the wolf abilities. I don't think they're gonna be adding any of the old classes. Torchlight 3 is about a new world, about new classes. So don't expect to see the old classes unless someone makes a mod with the old classes. If they add a dual wielding class or something like that, if they add dual wielding in the game or something like that, that's probably gonna be a new class, something new into original. They don't wanna copy paste their old stuff, which I understand. Although sometimes it's good to add some of the old things. I like how Diablo 4 is going back to Diablo 2 for its roots, to get the classes from Diablo 2 in Diablo 4, with a lot of changes, obviously, but still retaining those classes. And I would really love to see all the classes from Torchlight 2, especially the Outlander and the Ember Mage. But this game has different mechanics. Every class here has some sort of a special mechanic. So when they're designing classes, it's probably gonna break it. If they make a Berserker class, people would say, oh, this class is super different from the old Berserker, you broke the Berserker, bring me back the old Berserker. But if you bring the old Berserker in this game, it's not gonna fit, because it's gonna be, it's very different. Everything there is very different than this game. The whole skill system here is different, so people would be disappointed if they bring the Berserker. They would immediately start comparing the things you had in Torchlight 2 and the things you have in Torchlight 3. Keep in mind, if they bring it, it would have to have 2 skill trees. Each skill tree would have to have 7 for a total of 14 class skills. So which 14 class skills of the Berserker would you want to see back? Because that's the limit. They need to keep the formula of having 2 skill trees, 7 skills per skill tree. And then the subclass being the 3rd skill tree. Dark says, I just hit level 22 on my sharpshooter. I don't know how Chaotic Strikes works into the build. Chaotic Strikes is something I used to level up. I level up with Chaotic Strikes and then I remove it at level 60. If you want Chaotic Strikes builds, that's not bad. With Chaotic Strike builds, you can have a Chaotic Strike build. But if you're gonna do Chaotic Strikes build, you wanna stack a little bit more defense. Because Chaotic Strikes puts you a little bit closer to the enemies. So even this build I leveled up with 1 point into Chaotic, 1 point into Vocalized, and then later I removed that point and put my points into Conjure Electrode. So yeah, Chaotic Strikes is just a leveling tool. It's very good tool for leveling up because you can just use it to dump all the energy and do a ton of damage within close range, mid range, with all the lightning strikes. And if you want a Chaotic Strikes build, you can do it. You can max out Chaotic Strikes, you can use the Egg of Mayhem, and you can use some other things that synergize with it. And it's not bad, it's just a different setup. I have a Realm Master called Chaotic Mayhem, and you can just use that one as an idea of how to build it on every other class. The Chaotic Mayhem is basically something you can make on any other class. You just need to pick the class skills to go along with the relic ones. But it's something that's a viable build on every class. Damn, 600 and something thousand damage on Ridiculous with a weapon that only has 7.4k attack. Yeah, this map, we didn't get a single legendary drop in this map. Kind of disappointing. Such a long map, so many enemies I've killed. Chaotic Strikes is okay if you wanna burst the boss. Chaotic Strikes is much better on a boss fight than Walkaway Storm, because if you're right next to the boss and dump all of your energy into Chaotic Strikes, the boss will melt. And if you have Imbue Relic, that gives you Chaotic Strikes, Chaotic Strike, Chaotic Strikes, Imbue Relic, then a lot of Chaotic Strikes again. You can do like 12-13 hits of Chaotic Strikes. With Walkaway Storm you can't get all the damage at once, you have to wait. So Chaotic Strikes is better for bossing, Walkaway Storm is better while mobbing. Chaotic Strikes is better for elites and champions, Walkaway Storm is better for trash mobs. Because you get a ton of burst damage, so Chaotic Strikes is a burst damage skill. It's not a skill that gives you a buff to your regular skills. It's a different build. If you use Chaotic Strikes as your main DPS, you're not gonna be using targeted strikes as much. You're gonna be using Chaotic Strikes more than targeted strikes in a build that is building around it. Walkaway Storm is obviously it's serving a different purpose, so it just depends what you want to do with it, with the setup. I find the burst potential of Chaotic Strikes silly good, to the point where you can melt a boss within a few seconds. When you see the Lightning Relic shine, well, whenever you get more hits per second, it's not about the level, it's about items. I mean, at level 15 you get the Lightning Strike, and once Lightning Strike is maxed out, and once you have enough chance to shock. See, this one only gives you 10% chance to shock. This is not enough. You need more chance to shock. You need 30, 40, 50% chance to shock. Meaning you're gonna need chance to shock in an item. Offhand, weapon, some sort of item would need to give you chance to shock. And you need skills and items. If you're playing on a sharpshooter with Electrode, you need the Infectious Shooter and you need tier 3 Scout's Bones. Without Infectious Shooter and tier 3 Scout's Bones, and without enough chance to shock, you won't see that much of a damage from it. If you have targeted strikes and chance to shock, without Scout's Bones, it's still good enough. You can still get a decent amount of procs with targeted strikes, triggering Lightning Strike. So it's not that bad, but you do need chance to shock and you need Lightning Strike. But the Lightning Relic shines from level 1. Actually, let's say from level 2. At level 2 you get Walkaway Storm. Walkaway Storm by itself is amazing, especially when you max it out. This one by itself is also amazing, especially when you max it out to get that 50% relic energy cost. So if you combine that 50% relic energy cost with relic energy cost on your items, you can get to spam 11, 12, even 13 chaotic strikes with a full energy charge. And with Imbue Relic, that's like 25, 26 consecutive casts of the skill, which you can do within 2 seconds or so, 3 seconds. But additional bolts fired on shock is very useful, but not early game, I think. Early game, you're probably better off focusing on surviving. I mean, it's useful, but it's gonna also ruin your performance. But it's pretty fun having extra bolts fired on shock. There is a limit, you cannot get more than 6, I think, anymore. There used to be no limit and people could get 16 bolts fired on shock, which was super silly having this many bolts. It was very bad for the performance, so they had to nerf it a bit. Actually, a lot, not a bit. And someone asked earlier about highest damage build in Torchlight 3. Well, what do you mean highest damage? Do you mean the highest number per hit, or do you mean the highest DPS? Because I think the highest damage might be scatter shot, or some of the forged skills, the hit spenders, the steam spenders. Those are the highest, biggest numbers, but that's not the most damage per second. Some things would give you much more damage per second because they're doing much more hits per second, even though the hits are with less numbers. I think Flaming Destroyer and Electrode builds are amazing. I also think the Miasmic Train build, is pretty strong as well. And Trefo Hunter earlier said he has played with Path of Exile and Diablo 3, but he always returns to Grim Dawn and Chaos Bane. Well, I also prefer Grim Dawn and Chaos Bane to Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. I just love I love those games more than the other ones we mentioned. And I as Snow said, pet builds, minion builds in Grim Dawn are amazing. I think the only build video I've made for Grim Dawn was a summoner build. And it was a more of a non-traditional, I think it was ritualist summoner that I made, not your typical ones. Jasek says, if I don't have the pistol, I'm gimped and will not see the true potential. Well, not really. I mean, you're not gonna see as much procs, because you're losing a lot of proc power without the pistol. I don't suggest putting points into Scout's Bones unless you have the infectious shooter pistol. Because, well, it's not really worth it. It's okay to use it as a skill, but you're not gonna see that much return for those points unless you have the infectious shooter. But the infectious shooter you can try and get for your legendarium. It does drop very early on in the game for me whenever I play a sharpshooter. And you can try and get it from gambling, although that's a very unreliable source of getting gear. And another place where you can try and get it is those gear bundles, which could also be pretty decent. Not bad, getting a level 60 Glacier's Edge, unfortunately pretty weak. And only one socket. But it's a Glacier's Edge, so I'm gonna put it in the storage. Alfred says his Bane Sharpshooter is level 53, still no infectious shooter. Well, no, it's RNG. I mean, it's definitely RNG. Sometimes I would get 3 WoW level infectious shooters. Keep in mind, opening those green and blue gear bundles on a WoW character for me has given me a lot of infectious shooters. So you might want to save them for level 60, or you might want to open them in the WoW levels. I've noticed in the WoW levels I get more legendaries from those gear bundles than I do in the high levels. Although I did just get 3 legendaries from those 20 something levels, 22 levels of gear bundles. So that was pretty lucky. Let's get some potions. And here says, are you able to respec all your points after the campaign? You can respec them even before the campaign, but not every single point. You have to do it one by one. You can still respec every single point, but not at once. It's point per point, point after point. They don't give you a free full respec. We've asked them for something like that after the story, but they think it's gonna be overpowered and not something they would like to give us, a free full respec after beating the story. They want the choices we make while leveling up to matter. And yeah, you can just remove a few points here, a few points there. They're providing us with enough options to respec while leveling. So you're leveling and you use this skill in the first 10 levels, then later you don't need it. You can buy respectacles, 2,500 per respectacle. You can get respectacles from bosses. You can get respectacles from contracts. There's different ways to get respectacles. You can get them from boss chests as well. So boss drops, boss chests. You can buy it from the consumable vendor. You can get it from contracts. 4 different ways of getting respectacles. That's a plenty of ways to do this. 2,500 gold is definitely not something that difficult to get. And while you're leveling up, if you don't want to lose too much money when you die, you can just try and constantly buy respectacles and stash those respectacles somewhere, or use them if you want to use them on the same hero. Don't let yourself die with a lot of money, because you lose 10%. If you die with less than 3,000 gold, you lose 300. You can't lose if you rest on the same spot, that is. Obviously, if you don't rest on the same spot where you died, it's gonna be a different price. But yeah, if you wanna resurrect while leveling up, while doing the story in the same place you died, it's 300 gold or 10% of your total gold, whatever is more. So when you get more than 3,000 gold, maybe buying a respectacle to keep your gold low would be good enough. Well, if you want, you can open the gear bundles on your level 2 sharpshooter. I know I've gotten a bunch of level 5, level 6 infectious shooters on a level 5-6 sharpshooter when I was trying to make the leveling easier. I make it a rule every few levels to open a few bundles. Not all of them, but to open like 10-20 bundles every 4-5 levels. So I can maybe get some blue items, maybe the occasional legendary. Low level legendaries really help with the level up, make it easier, quicker. And once you get a low level legendary, you can just save it for other outs of the same class or another class that could benefit from it, depending on the item. That's why I have so much Wobi legendary gear in my wardrobes and in my stash, because I level up a lot of outs and I know it will be useful and needed eventually when I do level an out that could use it. Come on. Alfred says, oh no, I already read Alfred's comment. Which point didn't I didn't read Snow's comment? So which build is the most powerful in Torchlight 3 now? I don't know. The Bane train, Miasmic train is super strong, and it's probably one of the top 3 in regards to clearing speed and how easy it is to play it. And it doesn't require that much items. It requires the Doom Pipe. Maybe the shotgunner shield, but not necessarily. It requires some items for the quest skills, but yeah, it's not that demanding of a build. Doom Pipe is probably the most important thing for the Miasmic train, for the Bane train Realm Master build centered around Flamethrower Car and Miasma. And now it can be even stronger with over leveling. Being able to over level a skill past level 10 with extra points from items and get that extra damage. Now with Imbue Relic you can keep Miasma up all the time. 100% uptime on Miasma is what you can achieve, which is 100% uptime of that extra damage for your Flamethrower Car. I think 500 gold might be a little bit too little, but 1000 or 1500 seems like a very good number for Respectacles. I also don't like 2500 as a price. I appreciate that we have it there, but I think 2500 is a bit too much when you want to do a full respec of the build, or when you want to change like 30-40 points. That's a lot of things. That's a lot of gold coins if you want to change 30-40 skill points, making like a 180 of the build. Obviously with the gold cap being 500,000 now, at least that's what people are saying, that it's 500,000. I haven't attempted to reach it because I'm constantly wasting my gold on one thing or another, because I'm constantly leveling new heroes that need those things, rerolling and things like that. I'm also really grateful, yeah, that I can buy those Respectacles now. It's one of the best quality of life changes from the previous update, from the Gear and Goblins update. For people like me that love theory crafting and tinkering with the builds and testing new builds, and yeah, it's definitely one of the best things for us theory crafters, tinkerers, to be able to respec for gold. Not just RNG, but gold being able to help us with our respecking. So yeah, last map I didn't get a single legendary drop, but then after the map, from a bunch of gear bundles, 3 legendaries, which was kind of unexpected. but pretty nice. And 2 of those I think were from green bundles. I like, in a way I like the changes to gear bundles. Before you had legendary gear bundles that would always give you a legendary. But the blue ones would always give you blue and the green ones would always give you green. Now you can get legendary even from green and blue. So it's not that bad. I wasn't a big fan at first. Because I didn't realize that I can get legendary from the blue and green. But when I saw that I can, I kind of got used to it. Which forge build do you like the most? Steam powered shot, pressure shot, not steam powered, pressure shot. Pressure shot. The build I like the most on the forge right now is pressure shot with cyclone mode and vortex bomb. Any relic you like. Obviously, I would prefer the electrode or flaming destroyer. In fact, electrode with this would be very fun. I can try and make you the build if you want. I made it the other day for someone on stream. It basically would look something like, let me make it. I haven't made it yet as a build video, but I will soon, eventually, when I level up an electrode forged. What's happening here? It's loading very slowly. Okay, 8 points here, which means 8 plus 2, 8 plus 2, 4 plus 2, 8 plus 2. 4 points here. Maybe 4 points here. We'll see if there's enough room. I forgot exactly what it was. Walkaway Storm maxed out. Tingling Sensation most likely maxed out, and this one most likely maxed out. How many more points? 11 more points. So 4 points here, 3 points more here. If you want damage to vent skills, this is great. Whether you want 1000 volt burst duration or not, ideally you would get tier 2000 volt burst duration for the casting speed. But Cyclone modes, okay, Cyclone mode doesn't benefit from that casting speed right now. So now here is the thing. This is the important, the skeleton of the build is this. You don't need that one, but this is what I would always take. So that's 62 points. So you have 8 points, and you can probably put 4 points here, and maybe 4 points here. Or if you don't want this, you can remove it and put 2 more points here, and maybe 2 more points here or here. Keeping in mind that this would put the skill at 10 levels plus 2 from the set. So let's give you this skeleton of a build. I ideally would get 10% extra damage to relic skills. That's how I would do it actually, and maybe 1 point here. But yeah, it's flexible. You can rework it. Let me give you the link. And the thing is, you're building heat with Cyclone, you're venting with Vortex Bomb for the defense, you're using this for the defense, you're spending steam with pressure shot. This one improves the damage of pressure shot with the passive. This one improves the damage of pressure shot with tier 3 and improves the damage of everything by making the enemies vulnerable with the skill itself. This one is a passive that gives you faster cooldown for Vent Vortex Bomb and for this one. So this one gives you extra damage to relic skills, which would be this and this. This one is well, Cyclone Mode. This one improves the damage of Cyclone Mode and Vortex Bomb. And this one is a little bit of extra defense and a bit of healing. For sets, you want the Mountain King, 3 pieces of the Mountain King. Basically, look at my pressure shooter build. Whatever I'm using in the pressure shooter, use the same items. I mean, it's optionally use the Winter Weave. You don't have to use the Winter Weave, but obviously you need at least 3 pieces of the Mountain King, which it's not here. I can show you. You would want the Mountain King helmet, cuirass, and ideally you would have the Mountain King wheel and gauntlets. And one of those 4 things you have to slot in the Legendarium, so you can use another 3 pieces of another set, such as, for example, Winter Weave gauntlets, Winter Weave cuirass, Winter Weave wheel is not bad, Winter Weave hatch is not bad. Another thing that's very good to keep 100% Vocalized Storm would be to use the Ancient Ember hatch. Ancient Ember hatch would give you this Imbue Relic skill. So you can kind of keep the uptime of Vocalized Storm maxed out. Eventually I would make this as a build. The thing I showed you eventually would come as a build. I just want to go back to some of the other classes after this Dusk Mage. Maybe revisit one Sharpshooter, maybe revisit one Realm Master, we'll see. I also need to make another build for Chaos Bane soon, because there are still a lot of builds I need to either rework and revisit or make new ones. So yeah, whenever someone needs some suggestions, tell me. I can use the calculator and give you the suggestions now before I make it into a video. So the final few points, as you saw, are kind of flexible in regards to what you do with them. And you would need a good cannon. You would need a good cannon. A good damage and crit chance, things like that on the cannon, if you're using pressure shot. If you get a good unstable war arm, that's gonna be the best thing you can get. So you can at the same time boost Vortex Bomb, make it do some more damage, and still get decent damage for pressure shot. And you would want to stack damage to pressure shot on the shoulders, on the chest, and on the Waku Motion. Percent damage to pressure shot, better than flat damage for a build where pressure shot is a centerpiece, major source of DPS. On those 3 pieces. Well, actually on the shoulders you can get flat, you can get crit damage. If you get crit damage and damage to pressure shot, even better on the shoulder. And on the chest and Waku Motion, if you can get flat damage and damage to pressure shot, even better. Or crit chance on the Waku Motion and damage to pressure shot, not a bad combo. Or crit damage and damage to pressure shot on the chest, not a bad combo. Okay, nice. Molten Reach is an item for entropy. It's a legendary entropy item. The one that gives entropy an 8-second cooldown, but makes it do double the projectiles, and I think it was double the damage if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Was it double damage or just double projectiles? I've forgotten. Twice as many projectiles, yeah, no double damage, just twice as many projectiles, but 8 seconds cooldown, which goes down to 7.2 seconds with tier 2 Dark Spears. It's the only Disc Mage item I'm to find since the game launched. It just doesn't wanna drop for me. It's as if the game has a script that if the player is me, don't drop that item. It's a cursed account when it comes to this item. I mean, I spent so much time playing and I still haven't gotten that one. That's my favorite item in the game for Disc Mages. Any other item on the Disc Mage, I wouldn't care much if it doesn't drop. But this item I really like using in my builds, because I really like using Entropy on a cooldown, so I can spam my light skills. In the meantime, and welcome back, Nevostrius. I'm not sure I've seen you since the new year, so happy new year to you and to anyone else who wasn't here yesterday. Wish you all the best, all the good things in life in plenty to all of you out there. Ah, shit, used the wrong button. Snow's question about which skill is the main dealer. It's pressure shooter, a pressure shot. In that build there, pressure shot is the skill that would be the major damage dealer. So you would want to focus on that one. Especially if you have the Mountain King wheel, you wouldn't need to use Cyclone mode as much. Because Mountain King wheel would always keep your heat at 50. You vent and then your heat from 0 goes immediately to 50. Then you just need to build 25 more so you can trigger the Mountain King gauntlets. Because the Mountain King gauntlets triggers after 75 heat. If you vent less than 75 heat, you don't get the 20% crit chance. But yeah, you can skip on the extra bro skill damage. If you don't want the bro skills damage, if you don't want Vortex Bomb and Cyclone mode to do as much damage, you can just skip out on those 4 points and then just focus more on the other things like the procs and Energizer and things like this. But if you have Imbue Relic, Energizer is pretty much not necessary. If you have this skill, and if you have it at 30 seconds cooldown due to the Frost Wall and either Frost Mace, North Mace, or the Glacier's Edge, you would really not need to worry much about Energizer. Because you would be able to keep Walkaway Storm up at all times on that forged build. Okay, can I teleport there? Okay, well that's weird. I mean, it's not my website, so not sure how it's handling certain things. It's Papi, one of the moderators in the official Discord, is the one behind this, the one who made this calculator. But yeah, normally for those links I just copy the whole link. I copy the whole link, put it into the browser, and I don't have problems myself. But again, maybe it works in a weird way if you had to refresh. Keep in mind, Twitch cuts off the link. If you click on the link and don't copy paste it, on Twitch chat it cuts off at the semicolon. I don't like that, but that's how Twitch does it. See, there's a 000 at the end. Some semicolons and some zeros that are missing. Yeah, this Conjure Electrode still seems like a good idea for a Dusk Mage Electrode build, even without the mana cost things, even without the mana cost items affixes that have been removed. It still feels like a right thing to do. Obviously, if you don't want Conjure Electrode, you can just skip it and put the points into Walkwise Storm and still have not a bad build. But that little bit of extra casting speed does seem to work nicely. That extra 25% casting speed. And the skill itself doesn't seem to do little damage. Let's just use it, see what it does. See, it doesn't do much damage, but it can proc. Every one of those shock bolts can proc lightning strike. So it may not seem like it does a lot of damage, but with that extra casting speed it gives me, it makes getting harmonic form faster. See, with this much casting speed, harmonic form is much easier to reach, and it's much easier to keep harmonic form up if you have casting speed. That's why I like the Electrode on Dusk Mages so much. Casting speed is just great for Dusk Mages. I think I've explored almost everything. Just last final few pieces of map that's an exporter left. I'm probably gonna approach it from here. Hopefully I get some upgrades on my gear, because I really need more defense with this hero. 35 physical is just not gonna cut it against enemies with physical. Okay. Maybe this way. Such a long map. I love it. Getting this map 2 times in a row was great. If only it was the yellow maps with the 50% gear work instead of blue ones. Hussein says, do you use Absolver in every Dusk Mage build? No, I've used Arc of Light, which auto-casts Absolver with Holy Bolt. I've used Radiant Blast. I've even used Holy Fury. But Absolver is my favorite. Because it's just great. It's just great. Holy Fury right now, I'm waiting for them to make it benefit from casting speed. Because it doesn't. Holy Fury and Cyclone Mode and maybe a few other skills out there currently don't benefit from casting speed, even though there are channel skills. Just like Absolver and some of the other spells and skills. Holy Fury is very nice for Blood Drinker builds. To stack it with the legendary Vitality Extractor and with Consecration tier 3 and Blood Seekers, and then you have a constant healing combo on Blood Mages. But yeah, Absolver and Entropy are my go-to skills for light and dark. Normally, if I were to pick skills, those would be my #1 choice. Alright, we've cleared this map. I think it's 97-98% cleared now. Time to go and kill the boss. Which way? This way? I haven't had breakfast, by the way. I woke up and went straight to streaming. So soon I could probably go grab some cookies or whatever. After this map I can probably go to the kitchen quickly to grab a bite of something. Maybe a banana or whatever. But yeah, I woke up at around 1 PM and I was like, alright, let's go. I had to go to the vet to buy my pet some medicine. And yeah, then I was alright, let's just go straight to streaming. Oh, you mean do I lose Light Spear in every build? No, Light Spear is a fewer. I don't really need to use White Spear. I'd rather use White Spear instead of a basic attack, and there's nothing else I can use. I can probably use Hailstorm right now. But Light Spear actually does decent damage. I could use Damnation. I could use Spirit Well. I could even use Consecration. It's completely optional. This is a fewer SWAT. This one is also a fewer SWAT which you can replace. If you do Damnation and Spirit Well, you can get a lot of damage by the Spirit standing in Consecration. I mean, not Damnation, Consecration and Spirit Well. You can use a lot of things there. Sorry, I sneezed. You can use Luminous Run for extra mobility and maybe a little bit of extra healing. even one extra point for damage to relic skills would be great. In fact, I'm considering doing that now, removing Walkaway Storm and putting that. Walkaway Storm is not bad because I can activate it. Maybe I can do this: activate Walkaway Storm, then Conjure Electrode and 1000-volt burst if it's ready, and then I can start spamming. And then when I'm spamming, it's gonna benefit from this movement speed, from this casting speed, if I've used my Imbue Relic from this casting speed, and from this extra damage. That's why I keep it as a 1 point. But I can maybe remove 1 point from here and put it into Luminous Run, because something is giving me points to Luminous Run, and I think it's the helmet. And something is giving me points to Energy Spike, which means I can remove points from Energy Spike. But again, don't rely. I'm not gonna rely on my build for those extra points. I don't like relying on extra points from the helmet when I make builds. Those are extra quality of life points. People can put them wherever else they want later. Against bosses, which one is stronger? It depends on what skills you're using. I mean, if I'm using Chaotic Strikes, it's gonna be super strong with Electrode. If I'm using this setup, it's gonna be super strong with the Electrode, with all the casting speed. It's gonna be building up the harmonic form very quickly with this relic because of the casting speed. Then it's gonna be doing a lot of hits and procs per second. On the Flaming Destroyer, it might be a little bit slower to build the damage, to build the harmonic form. And harmonic form is one of the most one of the biggest sources of damage for Dusk Mage is harmonic form. I mean, if you have harmonic form and those gauntlets and the pants, that's 150% extra. Actually, that's 100% extra damage. And that 100% extra damage gets increased by 50, which is, yeah, 150% total extra damage. So it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent having this. And harmonic form by itself gives you damage. So actually the harmonic form, I think, gives you 50% damage. And that makes it 75. And this gives you 100. So I think you get 175% damage with harmonic form. Because this doesn't increase the damage of Overloaded. This increases the damage of the harmonic form damage buff. I can try and show you what I'm talking about. Let's remove the gauntlets so you can see what I'm talking about. See, this is the dark buff. And now we have 75% damage. Without the legs, it's 50, and with this it becomes 150, and with this becomes 175. So 175% damage with this becomes 200. And yeah, that's pretty decent if you stack it with the casting speed. For a sharpshooter, any is better. I mean, it's hard to say which one is better, because it's not like there's only one build on each relic. There's so many different builds for each relic. They're equal. They're equal. It depends what you're building. Are you building Sword Smash? Are you building Chaotic Strikes? Sword Smash and Chaotic Strikes are better for bosses. Walkaway Storm and the other one, what's it called? Cloak of Flames. They're not as good for bosses, but they're very good for mobbing. And they give you a constant buff for everything. Constant damage buff. Then you've got Blazing Pillar and Conjure Electrode, which are decent, very good for melting bosses, especially with Imbue Relic. They're not bad. So yeah, I guess it just depends on the skills. It depends whether you're relying heavily on the relic or whether you're leaning towards your quest skills more. Okay, I'm gonna take a very short break just to get something from the kitchen because my stomach is kind of growling. It wants some food. So yeah, I'm gonna run some ads for like 90 seconds. I'm gonna put the BRB screen. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Decided to take a piece as well while I'm doing an AFK. Might as well and do it all in one go. Someone used the builds command while I was AFK, I think, or before that. If you have any questions regarding some of the older builds and you want a newer updated theory craft of the build, let me know. Yeah, some of the builds are a little bit outdated. They don't include some of the newer items and can be better with some of the newer items, or not better, maybe different. Maybe provide you a different type of synergy, which I would like to explore. And eventually I will update all those builds bit by bit. It just takes a while. Making content takes a while, but I can always make you a theory craft, which takes just a few seconds to give you the theory craft of the skills. So yeah, I got myself a banana and a bunch of cookies. They would keep me for a while until I end the stream after 5 hours and go get some proper food, cook myself something. So let's see if today we can get that Molten Reach. I'm actually even gonna start gambling for one-handed weapons to maybe try and get it. Don't wanna die with a lot of gold coins in me. Oh, this one's beefy. Oh, he's played better. Wait, how much energy does the... Okay, never mind. It is 50. I missed some parts in the beginning. Mensch says banana and cookies are OP. Well, they can keep me standing up for a while. I normally when I wake up, I normally eat some muesli with milk as a breakfast. But yeah, this morning I skipped because I woke up too late and it was already time to start streaming. Come on, come on. Here we go, here we go. Come on, game, I know you wanna drop that stupid Molten Reach. If it doesn't drop, I'm just gonna show some footage from my old build to show people this is how it would look like when you get the Molten Reach. This is what we want it to look like in the end. But yeah, right now we're trying to get Absolver Zealot 2.0 geared up, wrapped up. And the only piece missing is this. I mean, I'm fine with missing some armor pieces. I can just mention those. They're not something that visually changes how the build plays and looks that much. I mean, there's still some armor pieces that will change certain things, such as the extra frost skin we can get from Winterweave gauntlets, which are amazing for any build. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun playing this one. And that's, as you can see, my weapon is not that great. It's 4000 attack weapon. So with a mediocre damage weapon, in regards to damage, it has extra bolts fired on shock, but the basic attack damage and the levels to swag shot are obviously something that on this build are pretty much useless. Any advantage going higher difficulty while leveling up? The only advantage is that there's more champions. More champion packs and more champion spawns, which means more XP. Because champions give more XP. But you take longer to kill them. So whether it really is better, I don't know. You also get more fame. So if you need fame while leveling up. But again, you can catch up with the worst fame once you switch to ridiculous after level 60. You don't get more XP directly, just you get more XP because there's more champions and champions give more XP. But again, it's gonna take longer to kill those champions, so is it worth it? It's up to the person to decide. I personally don't like leveling on ridiculous. Normal, hard or practice, those are for me the three difficulties for leveling. Okay. Did I miss any messages? Someone, Jacek asked if it's okay to open bundles on a level 2 for the pistol. Yes, you can get the pistol on level 2. You can get the pistol on a level 2 as well. I mean, I wouldn't open every single bundle on a level 2. I would do it like every 4 or 5 levels while leveling, open a few bundles and hope that it drops that pistol. And I also agree that Disc Mage is not exciting to everyone. The whole mechanic with light and dark. I think we need an item that allows me to charge up the dark buff bar by charging the light buff bar. I already said it in my stream few days ago. But imagine an item that lets you, while using a light skill, recharge the light and dark buff bar, and vice versa, while using a dark skill, recharging the light and dark buff bar. But the catch here is to recharge it 50% slower. So you're recharging both of them at the same time, but you're recharging those at a 50% reduced rate. That would make fully dark and fully light builds viable. Without breaking the game too much, and it's very balanced. You're sacrificing a legendarium slot or equipping that, it could be an offhand, it could be a weapon, whatever they decide to put this on. It would be definitely nice to have it that way. It's gonna be balanced and it's gonna provide fully dark and fully light builds and opening for people who really want those. Because I've talked with people on my stream that have wanted to make fully dark and fully light builds, but the game just makes those builds kind of very, very boring because you don't get harmonic form if you don't use both elements. And yeah, one such item would be amazing. Jacek says we're switching to fire for a while. My daughter says she likes fire better. If the daughter likes it, the daughter gets the fire. I guess that's how it is, if she likes that one more. It's a fun relic. It's definitely a fun relic, so whatever you like more, they're not bad. Neither is a bad choice when it comes to fire and lightning. Whatever you like visually more, whatever you like the mechanics more of, use that one. You saw my fire sharpshooter. It was doing the exact same thing as my electrode sharpshooter, focusing on procs with the infectious shooter. It was pretty fun. Okay, time for a bit of Fuzzier. I ran out of maps. I can collect one map. Let's just do some Fuzzier now. Yes, let's petition for such item. Let's petition for a legendary item for the Disc Mage that allows us to build the light and dark buff bar 50% slower, but build both of them when using one of the two skills, one of the two elements. Maybe there could be two items. One that lets you build the light buff bar with dark skills, and another item that lets you do the opposite. Lets you build the dark with light skills. So two separate items maybe. So, and then that should make it so that when you have one of those items equipped, you won't be able to use the opposing element to build for balance. So let's say one item lets me build the light buff bar with dark skills. It prevents light skills from building it alongside this. So people can't use light and dark at the same time to get the double building or whatever it's called, to prevent abuse. There's ways to design it in such a way where it's not gonna be overpowered. And yeah, it's gonna be an amazing item for some people who want those dark themed and light themed builds. I would love to make such builds, focusing on just light or focusing on just dark. But the game right now doesn't make those builds very viable. In fact, they're completely destroyed with the harmonic form the way it works now. Dark builds were fine before, because light builds, light buff bar was giving you mana regen, dark buff bar was giving you damage. When they combined them into harmonic form, instead of two separate buffs, they made kind of, yeah, that impossible. Before I could make a dark only build and still benefit from the damage, and that was fine. And I could lose half of the damage from my celestial gauntlets, which was kind of a big blow, but still something I could live without. Losing half of the harmonic, half of the celestial gauntlets bonuses. But yeah, right now it's just impossible to get. You're losing that 175% or 150% damage, which is a lot of extra damage. You're saying they should buff dark abilities damage? Which dark ability is weak? Entropy, shit tons of damage. Energy spike, shit tons of damage. Unholy bolt, I don't use it, and I will make an unholy build after this one, to be honest. Same one, but instead of spamming Absolver, spamming unholy bolt, and instead of entropy, probably using Radiant Blast. Or Holy Bolt. We'll see. Probably it would be Radiant Blast. But yeah, I mean, what needs a buff? This is super strong. This is super strong. This one is not supposed to do damage. This is mid shield. Mid shields are not supposed to do damage. This one is not supposed to do damage. This is for crowd control. In fact, every single of those skills got buffed with one of the previous updates. And the only thing that didn't get a damage increase was Spirit Well, and the only thing that got a damage decrease was Dark Spears. And Dark Spears in the early few levels is actually pretty strong. So I don't think that the Dark skills need a damage increase. Both Energy Spike and Entropy are amazingly strong. And again, Spirit Well is not a skill meant to do damage. It's a skill meant to be for survivability as a mid shield. And you have so many unholy bolts that it's just not a, it's not supposed to do a ton of damage per unholy bolt. It's supposed to be having a lot of coverage. It's your basic skill there. They did get buffed with I think either the Gear and Goblins patch or another patch. They got buffed at the same time Harmonic Form got added into the game. So when the Dusk Mage got reworked, I think it was before launch actually. It was sometime before the game launched, where they buffed every single Dusk Mage skill. And Light Spear was one of the skills that got the biggest increase in damage. So when they reworked the Dusk Mage and they made Harmonic Form, well, be Harmonic Form instead of two separate skills, yeah, there were a lot of changes. I can show you some of that. Just give me a moment to make sure there's no enemies nearby. I can dig up the changes, so you can see how they've buffed up the mage. They've buffed it up so that the mage doesn't need to require on things like Celestial Gauntlets to get damage. Celestial Gauntlets got nerfed. You could get 2 times 100 instead of 2 times 50% damage. But then they buffed up every single skill you can think of. I'm gonna try and dig it up. Is that it? Is that the news? Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen and scroll down to show you what got changed. Just a moment. We need to scroll a little. Where are we? September. So this is the patch in question, but mainline patch September 15th. I need part 4. Part 4, we gotta scroll up a little. Now there we go, that's it. So Light Spear, you can see this is it, Disc Mage skill tuning. So Light Spear got the damage increased to 550 from 170% weapon damage. Then Absolver got from 190 to 260. Dark Spears was the only thing that got nerfed. Energy Spike from 440 to 570. Entropy from 90 to 120. Holy Bolt from 180 to 250. Holy Fury from 260 to 330. You can see everything. This is actually the right White Spear number, not this. This. Radiant Blast got increased. Unholy Bolt. A lot of things got big increases, and you can see this is a 40% increase, effective 40%. So yeah, this got a very high effective increase as well. This one a nice effective increase. So in general, they have been working rebalancing certain things, and yeah, I kind of keep up with those changes because when I do make builds and I do test skills, I do see those differences. And this was in September the 15th when they did harmonic form as a separate thing, as a intertwined buff instead of two separate ones, and that's when they buffed up all the Dusk Mage things, all the Dusk Mage abilities. But they also nerfed, as I said, Celestial Gauntlets used to give you 100% extra damage for the light buff bar and 100% extra damage for the dark buff bar. Which now is 100% damage altogether when you have the set bonus. So you lost 100% damage from that as a result, to rebalance things, to make it not so OP. And this mage still is super strong. I mean, even without a single point into your relic, a Dusk Mage can be very strong with the right gear. What leveling I suggest for Fire Sharpshooter? I guess the same as the Whitening, yeah. The same as the Whitening. You have to decide what you wanna use. Do you wanna level up with Sword Smash? Do you wanna level up with Blazing Pure, or do you wanna level up with what's its name? Cloak of Fire, Cloak of Flames. If you pick one of those, focus on that one on the relic side of things. Focus on just that one, max it out early. If you pick Sword Smash, then you wanna use Dag of Mayhem, because it's gonna be a great increase. And yeah, just stick to targeted strikes for leveling up. As soon as you can get targeted strikes, remove the point from tight grouping, and just targeted strikes. Tier 1 is super important. Even if you don't max it out, get tier 1 at least, and reload tier 1 and tier 2 are very nice, especially tier 2 reload. That extra damage would be a great increase to your precision skills. And Voyo Shasta is the thing you shouldn't skip out on. Voyo Shasta tier 2. At level 20 you need Voyo Shasta to immediately become tier 2 from the get-go. So you might either want to rework some skill points and respec, or you want to save some skill points. Ah, my pet just said meow meow. He just woke up. Sky, are you in pain, Sky? What is it? He sometimes wakes up and makes some sort of meow, which is like a weird meow. Maybe he's in pain, or maybe he had a nightmare and woke up. In any case, I gave him a little petting too, just in case, for good measure. You're saying what do I recommend? What do you mean? In regards to what do I recommend? What do I recommend for what? I'm not sure what Jacek was talking about. Aha. But yeah, Spirit Well has a long cooldown, but you get a very nice duration. But there was a time where I could have 3 Spirit Wells up at the same time. I don't think we can do it anymore, but there was a time where I could enjoy some very fun builds where I could get 3 Spirit Wells cast at the same time, and have so many minions. But right now we have so many other minions from Bane and from other places, from items. So if someone really wants to stack minions, there are options. There are plenty of options out there to get your minions. See, even the shoulders I'm using with those, it should be 6 netherlinks. Oh, it's 4. Okay. I don't know why I remember this being 3 netherlinks plus another 3. Maybe I'm mistaking this with the explode bots. Don't remember it being 2 plus 2. Maybe it either got changed or I just remember wrong. Where are the spawns? Okay, time to go into the boss room. I need to start farming gear rookie maps. Thankfully I'm not using wife bound items, so even if I die, I'm not gonna lose anything important right now. I love it when I don't lose stuff when I die, when I'm not using wife bound gear. So much more pleasant knowing that even if you die, you're not gonna lose items. Oh, that's a lot of wood. Yeah, 3 spirit wells. Obviously, one of the spirit wells could last for like 4 seconds. And it wasn't by reducing the cooldown, it was by increasing the duration of spirit well. Some time ago. What is it right now? Let me check quickly how it goes, how big the duration can be. So right now, summon duration 15 seconds. And the cooldown right now is under 15 seconds. But see, spirit minion damage is what you get by leveling it up, and I think before it might have been duration. Or cooldown reduction, I can't remember, but I think it might have been reducing the cooldown by leveling it up, and that meant you could like before the third spirit well expires, you could have another 2 up there. There was also, I think, maybe a cooldown reduction to spirit well affixes. I definitely loved Vortex Bomb cooldown affixes, and I had 0-second cooldown Vortex Bomb, which was so fun. Obviously 0 seconds you can't use it completely because you can't build the heat. Although now you can, with the Mountain King wheel you actually can build the heat, because you can always have 50. But yeah, they're not gonna return that. I wish they would return it so I can have a Vortex Bomb spamming build where I'm just standing in one place spamming Vortex Bomb after Vortex Bomb. Although I still wouldn't do it that way. I would do Vortex Bomb, a little bit of spinning to get 25 hit, Vortex Bomb, a little bit of spinning, Vortex Bomb, a little bit of spinning. That's how I would do it. Right now I can't do it because my cooldown of Vortex Bomb on a Forged goes up to 3-point-something seconds. If I had 1 or 2 items with cooldown reduction for Vortex Bomb, then that build would actually be doable. Okay, what's the next one? Please tell me there's some gear wiki maps. Oh, gear wiki dividing. This is a good map. I like those maps a lot. But yeah, whether it's lightning or fire on the relic, you have to choose one of the 3 spenders. And you obviously want the procs. And if I were to do a fire build, I always choose max level Firestorm or whatever it was called, the falling bow, and I always do tier 1 summoning smash for the falling sword proc. Even if I don't use summoning smash as an active on my skill bar, I would still get it to tier 1 for the falling sword proc, because that's the only relic skill active that gives us a proc as a passive that doesn't require you activating the skill. That's the only passive thing in any relic out there. The only passive tier bonus on an active skill that doesn't affect the skill itself, and it's not connected to that. And I really like this tier 1 summoning smash. Right, gotta love dividing. Kill them and then a bunch more spawn from the same place. Nice. No, Falling Sword is the ultimate. The tier 1 bonus of the ultimate gives you a proc of Summoning Smash. Is the big where it's the big ultimate of Flaming Destroyer, and the tier 1 gives you a proc, kind of like this Lightning Strike, but it's a sword that falls on the top of the head of the enemies. Let me show you, just a moment. It's this one. This one here. This thing, 5% chance on hit to summon a single falling sword onto an enemy. It says 4 seconds cooldown, but I think I've gotten this to trigger within a 1 second difference, so this 4 seconds cooldown might not be really true. The same way this 4 seconds cooldown is not really true, as it says. So you want those things. This one at level 5 and this one at level 3 at least. And then you probably would want to get this one to level 5 and this one to level 5. And then either 10 points here, or 10 points here, or 10 points here. And optionally put points into Energizer. So things like this, things like this, things like this. And this for the passive, this, this, this. That's your most important things to take. The rest is optional. And that's 53 points. Okay, let's go back. So with the infectious shooter and the poison bows, with that one, you get those procs very often. The lightning, not the lightning, the falling fireball, the falling swords, those things happen more often when you have infectious shooter on the Scout's Bones tier 3 combo. You want the link? Just a moment. Let me grab the link for you. Where did it go? Okay, there's the link. But yeah, this sword smash proc is super strong. I love it. It doesn't seem as strong as the whitening on Electrode, but it's definitely a good one. You see, it only says 5% chance on hit, and it doesn't say exactly how much damage, and the damage isn't that high, but it's good damage. And it's not about whether it does a lot of damage or not, but when you have it proc often, the damage just piles up from this proc, from that proc. Just having so many different things to proc, the damage piles up, it stacks up, it keeps the enemies burning, it keeps the enemies bleeding, or whatever other chance to do an ailment you've got, it keeps reapplying that. I do use fire arrow, yes, on my sharpshooter I'm using exploding arrow. This is optional, you either put 8 points into exploding or 8 points into targeted strikes. On my sharpshooter, if you remember from yesterday when I played it, I actually do use exploding arrow, I don't use targeted strikes. Targeted strikes is just advisable for new players to maybe use that one if they are leveling up. We are talking about a leveling up setup. I mean, obviously you might wanna respec as soon as you reach explosive arrow, you might wanna respec and use that one. It depends what you like more. I like explosive arrow more for flaming destroyer builds. Some people might like other skills more. I like the synergy with the burning of exploding arrow from the, what was it, which one was it, the one that did the burning, the tier 1 bonus. The tier 1 bonus of explosive arrow, I really like that one. The tier 3 bonus would be nice when they fix basic attacks. For now, unfortunately, it's not as fun. But eventually, ranged basic attack builds would be fun to do when they fix the basic attack affixes to actually give you damage. Bolt Launcher is the build that Michael made. Bolt Launcher is a build that one of the developers made, and I'm actually gonna be doing a build similar to the Bolt Launcher after this one. After the Absolver Zealot 2.0, I will make a Bolt Launcher build with the Unholy Balls. As I said, Unholy Bolt instead of Absolver for my spam skill, and instead of Entropy, I'm most likely gonna use Radiant Blast. On a cooldown with the item that makes it get a cooldown. We'll see. Maybe that won't be enough to build the light buff bar, so I might actually not use it on a cooldown, just the way it is. Or maybe use Holy Bolt. We'll see. I have to pick between one of those. And since I wanna be spamming bolts, I'd rather probably have this on a cooldown. We'll see. But yeah, if you look at Bolt Launcher Torchlight 3, there's gonna be on the official website from the developers a build with Disc Mage and Electrode called Bolt Launcher. And that was made by Michael, who is known as Mayhem. Michael May. I'm not sure whether Explosive Arrow is bugged. What do you mean by Explosive Arrow bugged? It's not Explosive Arrow that's bugged, it's the basic attacks affixes. If the affixes says plus X% damage to basic attacks, it's broken, it doesn't give you that damage. If it says plus X% damage to pistol basic attacks, to greatsword basic attacks, etc. weapon, it works. So only the basic attack affixes that tell you to which weapon work from items, not from skills, from items. This one does work. This basic attack damage 10% times 5, you can get 50% basic attack damage. This actually works, and putting points into this would increase the damage you do with your basic attacks, regardless whether it's mace or digitus, if you just use it as the passive, not for the proc. And this one also works. Oh, actually I can't show you right now. Just a moment. This one also works. 50% damage for ranged basic attacks. So this only improves ranged basic attacks. If you combine this one with tier 3 explosive arrow and maybe put points into here, it would be nice if and only if the basic attack bonuses from items actually worked. The regular basic attack, the one that applies to every type of weapon. But it doesn't, as I said, so for now stay away from basic attack builds. Where basic attack is used as the damage source, not as a source as proc. For example, on Electrode you can use basic attacks with all the attack speed to just cause more procs. Every attack would have a chance to proc something, stacking 60% attack speed, which is the limit right now for basic attacks, and just attacking as quickly as possible. It's not that bad. I wish 60% wasn't the basic attack speed limit, but like 100%. 100% basic attack speed would have been so much better as an increase limit. But right now you cap at 60, and that's kind of a sad story there. If 60 is the max attack speed you can get. And Biscuit says, hey Struck, how does the multiplayer work in Torchlight 3? Is it a drop in and out like Diablo or strictly co-op invitations? Right now it's strictly co-op invitations. You can invite some random people in the hubs, but there's no matchmaking. So you either invite your Steam friends or PlayStation friends or Xbox friends, or I'm not sure what it's called in Nintendo, but you have to invite someone to your party. You can invite random people who are nearby. If you're in a hub in a town, you can try and see nearby people and invite them. Over here it's gonna show you nearby people. This one, nearby. Or you can just go to your friends list and invite someone from there. But yeah, that's how it works right now. No matchmaking whatsoever. At least for now. No guilds as well, so if we had guilds and maybe LFG chat, even before guilds, I think that the most basic thing that they should add is LFG chat, where people can go there. I normally disable the chat because I end up clicking on it and it messes with me. I can't move it to a different place, and I can't hide it. I can either hide it completely from the options. There is no option to just get it to minimize there and to just have to press a button to get it to appear again. So I completely hide it from the options. But yeah, an LFG chat would be a great addition, even if they don't add guilds and matchmaking. The least they can do for now is to add an LFG chat. Oh, ultra-wide support, it always had ultra-wide support. I'm actually a person with ultra-wide monitor. But what it does have now with ultra-wide is it has the option to modify the aspect rating. So if I enable custom aspect ratio, you can see I can change the aspect ratio of the game to whatever I want it to be. If I do it like this, then I can just change the aspect ratio to whichever one I want. I don't play on ultra wide because it would hide my chat. So I play on regular wide and I keep my chat on the side and my notifications because I play on a single monitor. My desk doesn't have room for 2 monitors, and even if I did, actually, I can actually fit 2 monitors with, there's those monitor stands that are like an arm, that have 2 arms. This is the only way I can fit 2 monitors on my desk. with one of those. But even then, I'd rather not do it until later if I have a bigger desk. But yeah, there is a way for me to fit a second monitor. If I get one of those monitor stands, monitor arms, whatever you want to call them, that can fit two of them. That kind of extends for two. But yeah, it always had ultra wide support, at least for the resolution I use, 21 by 9, 2560 by 1080. This one it does support for sure. Even before, even in the alpha, I was able to play with that resolution. But now you can customize the aspect ratio to the way you want it, which is pretty nice. It's for scaling with any resolution, but as I said, they do support ultra-wide resolutions. This one is an ultra-wide resolution, 2560 1080. This is 21 by 9. 21 by 9 is considered ultra-wide. 16 by 9 is wide. And my monitor is like that. Alright, well, I hope you enjoyed. It's definitely nice playing this on a big screen because you can see a lot more on the side, and with certain skills this gives you a very nice edge. For example, explosive arrow on the sharpshooter on ultra wide. it's the longest range skills, so you can aim it much further now. If you use such a screen, ultra wide resolution. I'm not sure if you're talking about the other ultra wide. There's another ultra wide that's like even more than 21 by 9. I forgot what it was called. Maybe mega wide, double ultra wide, whatever. I'm gonna look it up. Ultra wide aspect ratio. So it says ultra wide 21 by 9, but I've seen bigger one. Maybe super ultra wide. Okay, super ultra wide. Actually, I nailed it. 32 by 9. This is super ultra wide, and I can't guarantee the game supports super ultra wide, but it definitely supports ultra wide. I actually randomly typed super ultra wide and it ends up that that's the actual term for 32 by 9. So 32 by 9 is basically fitting 2 times 16 by 9. So it's as if having two 16 by 9 monitors glued together side by side. And that's what 32 by 9 is. So it's two white monitors glued together. And that's kind of too white. It's very white, I mean. But on some games that might be pretty fun to have such a resolution. Definitely for working with software like Adobe Premiere and other things with a timeline like music software. The wider the better, because you can fit more things of your timeline. You're running 3440 to 1440. Well, I think that's 21 by 9. I think it's 21 by 9, but let me check. Or is it 43 by 18? It's 43 by 18, but 21 by 9 is often used as a marketing term to refer to ratios which are simply approximately 21 by 9. So 21 by 9 is not really 21 by 9, it's more like 43 by 18, which is a slight difference. Instead of 42 by 18, it's 43 by 18, but yeah. So that's ultra wide. Yours is definitely regular ultra wide. And it should be supported by this game if it supports mine. So hopefully that's all useful info to anyone else out there that was wondering about it. Dividing, let's do dividing Infamous with goblins. I mean, at least we can get some fame. And the Molten Reach is still out of reach for now. It's playing hard to get this one item. The Holy Grail of entropy builds that don't want to spam entropy and just want to have it on a cooldown. Actually, it's the Holy Grail of Absolver builds, not of entropy builds. So I can spam Absolver and not worry too much about building the Dark Buff bar. Entropy helps with the Molten Reach. One cast of entropy builds so much Dark Buff charge that it's amazing. Combine that with Dark Spears and you've got the Dark Buff charge generation covered. Wait, why are they not taking much damage? I don't see double HP or anything like that, but in the previous map I was doing a lot more. And it was just one level difference, so... Here. Oh, look at those. And someone yesterday was asking me if this gets hectic. It could. It definitely could get hectic, as you can see on maps that are dividing where there's so much density. It could get pretty hectic, especially if you get ambushed by some elites in the middle of a pack. And when there's those poison balls that you have to dodge or other things that you have to dodge. It makes you dodge instead of face tank everything, unless you stack a lot of defense, which right now is super easy with some of the strong fuzzier items and the extra sockets and things we can get. You can end up stacking and face tanking everything. Come on, come on. Nice, killed so many. I love goblin maps. I don't know, goblins are my favorite types of enemies because in goblin maps there's always such a nice density, so many kills you can do, and when it's a dividing map, it's just a pure joy in regards to how many enemies you can end up gathering in the same place. Look at them there. There's... am I stuck? Okay. Just have to destroy whatever it was, some sort of post, lamp post without the lamp. What's gonna spawn here? Bergamini says, is this game MMORPG or is it in instances like Path of Exile or Diablo? It's like Path of Exile and Diablo. You have hubs where you can see other people, just like Path of Exile. And normally you're gonna see people from the same region. So if I'm from Europe and I have a friend from the US and we're in the same city, we're not gonna be in the same version of that city unless we invite each other and re-teleport. So yeah, you're gonna see other people, but other people who are on the same map seat, on the same region. You can see other people from the same region in the same town that are there at the same time, and you can invite each other from those hubs, or you can invite each other through the party system, through the friend system. There is no matchmaking yet in the game, so there is no like Diablo 3. You can sign up for rifting, you can sign up for campaign, for story. No such matchmaking yet in the game, just invite based. And then when you go into a dungeon, it's just you and your party. Before it used to be semi-MMO, it used to be like Diablo 4. You go into a zone and then there's other people in that zone, just like the hubs. But they decided not to do the MMO kind of free-to-play thing and decided to go for a premium buy-to-play game. And then Diablo 4 decided to take this feature they had and implement it. Few months after they decide to scrap that idea of open zones where you can meet other people. But yeah, I'm actually happy that they removed the free-to-play mechanics. The open world was a good idea, but with free-to-play and cash shops, this game would have been much worse received. It's not greatly received even now. But it would have been much worse, and the bad reception of this game and the bad reviews are mostly from people during early access in June, when it was launching in early access. And there were a lot of things that went wrong, but that's what early access is, for things to go wrong. And no one was forcing the people to buy an early access unfinished game if they can deal with some server problems and things like that. Which exactly early access is the thing to do to help the developers figure out how much load the servers can handle. And we did actually help them break the servers a lot during the first weeks of early access, and they did improve the performance greatly in regards to rubber banding and things like that. It was unplayable for a while in multiplayer during early access. You would have constant disconnects, especially when playing cross region, especially when playing the Electrode relic I'm playing right now. But that has been resolved and the performance is much better now. But yeah, I think most of the bad reviews of this game are either from fanboys of other games that are just unhappy that this game is not like the other games, including fanboys of Torchlight 2 that are unhappy that this game is so different than Torchlight 2. But I think some of the differences are pretty nice differences, like the skill system is better here. But yeah, I think the game doesn't deserve all the hate it gets, and right now it's discounted 50% off. With that discount, it can offer you a lot of fun times. Even with the shitty whacking endgame, where you only have one endgame activity with a secret alpaca level being the second endgame activity, but kind of useless right now. Even with the lack of endgame stuff to do, you still have a ton of build diversity and variety in the game. You still have a lot of items to try and get to make your builds around those items, or implement some special abilities that those items provide you. For example, this one, I get this from an item. It allows me to fully recharge my relic energy every 60 seconds, but I've gotten it down to 24 seconds from other items, like those two items. This gives me when combined with this one or with another one, which is a sword, it gives me 50% cooldown to item granted skills, which is 50%, and this 10% gives me another few 6 seconds. So yeah, it goes down to 30 with the shield, and with this one it goes down to 24 seconds. That's great. It's great synergizing items like that and building around one item, combining it with another. So there may not be much end game, but if you like tinkering with builds and with classes, even though the end game is whacking, you can at least experiment a lot in that regard, making different builds, exploring different combos of items, exploring different class and subclass combos, because you have 4 classes and 5 subclasses, 20 combinations, which basically on each combination you can make a ton of builds. And when you consider the 20 combinations, that's, yeah, so much more. Alfred says, I played Torchlight 2 a lot and I'm still happy with this game. Agreed, there is a whack of end game, but there's so many different characters you can level up. Yeah, I definitely am like Alfred. I don't get bored. When I know that there's different heroes I can do, yeah, I can play one hero for 2-3 weeks, get bored with that hero, because it's not dropping the items I need, and it's just super grindy to get certain items because of the RNG. Then I switch to a different hero and start farming on this one. I've been trying to get one item since the game launched and it still hasn't dropped it. And this is my 3rd Dusk Mage on this account that I'm leveling up and farming for. And yet this specific item is the only item that hasn't dropped for me. See, I can check on Dusk Mage. There's 16 Dusk Mage specific items. The Molten Reach is the only one that hasn't dropped for me. And it's the item I want the most. I really don't need this, don't need this, don't need this, or this, or this, or this, or this. Obviously the set items I do need to have in my legendarium, but all the other Dusk Mage specific weapons are not as important for me as the Molten Reach. As the Molten Reach. And yeah, I don't have enough time to spend on the same hero. I do move on to different heroes every few weeks, so I can make more builds for my community, so I can show them more ways of playing the game instead of sticking to the same one. Yeah, that's an interesting combo, shock bolt damage, the new ability there. But yeah, the game has a lot to offer, especially for 50% off. Most people would get their money's worth if you consider, as I said, I like to give this example. If you go to the movies, depending on your country, it's probably gonna be what, 5, 7, 8, 10 euro per ticket. And a movie is like 2-3 hours roughly on average. And yeah, for double the price of that, you can get this game, and you're gonna get more than two movie tickets worth of entertainment. Even if you only play on one class and subclass, you can get more than that time worth of the entertainment from the game. And yeah, regarding pairs in Brazil, I can't tell you. If you want to play with others, you might want to check the official Discord, which TL3 Discord TL3, I can't remember my command. So this is the official Discord, discord.gg/play Torchlight. And over there you can try and find out whether there's any people from Brazil to play with. In general, that's the hardest thing in this game, finding people to play with. If you want to play solo, I still recommend playing in multiplayer. If you ever want to group up with others, even even when you play solo, it's better to go multiplayer because you cannot play single player heroes with others. If you create a single player hero, it's single player forever, and you're gonna have to make a new hero to play multiplayer. So that's just a warning to everyone considering buying the game or who has recently bought the game. If you've just started leveling a hero in single player, you might want to reconsider that and switch to multiplayer if you ever plan on playing with others. Single player is for people who want to experiment with some mods, although right now there aren't any mods that I know of other than trainers. But yeah, single player is for experimenting, and single player characters are separate from online, from multiplayer characters for obvious reasons, to prevent cheating and things like that. So on single player you can cheat, you can use whatever tools you can think of, cheating engines, trainers, whatever. And those characters you cannot use with others. I would be happy when someone makes a mod where I can instantly get level 60 and where there's an NPC selling every single item for 0 gold from the legendary ones, so I can just experiment with build for sandbox purposes. I would boot up that mod, test some builds, and then when I figure out what I like, I can just start leveling the builds on the live server. And that would be very nice. Right now I do have an idea, just by reading the description of some of the items and just by playing so much on all the heroes, I kind of have ideas what they can achieve. So I can just theory craft it even without testing it. But it's obviously much better to be able to just test it and see it in action. What do I get rid of? If only this one had a socket. We really need a system to be able to add sockets and to reroll the affixes. I've got a lot of gold coins, so I'm gonna go and gamble quickly. Serenity Sin just followed. Thank you very much, Serenity Sin, for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Web. Really appreciate it. So yeah, if you guys have some more questions, feel free to ask them. I'm gonna go quickly use the gambler because my gold coins are becoming too high, and maybe I can get that item from the gambler if I'm lucky.
See you next time. Can't cast that here.
If you have money, I got gear.
We're gonna waste 20,000 gold coins on the gambler. Serenity Sin says, quietly enjoying the content. Been thinking about picking this up for some co-op with the husband. Well, that's definitely a game that if you have someone to play with, can be much more fun. If you have a dedicated partner to play this game with, this is amazing. And you can have a lot of fun by making party builds, by synergizing your builds together. The game is designed in such a way that you can make the most out of it if you communicate and make builds that fill in the blanks. So if your build is lacking in one thing, your partner's build could fill in what you're lacking and do that. So for couples, for siblings, for people who just play together a lot, that's I think a game that they can really enjoy. Especially now that it's discounted. It's never been this cheap so far since the launch. It's the first time they added a sale. Jacob Stern says, "Hey Struck, how are you today?" Welcome back, Jacob. I am good. I'm trying to farm a specific... Oh shit, I was clicking the wrong item. I just realized I was clicking on gauntlets instead of one-handed webs. Well, with the next bugs. The next bugs. I just realized I was clicking on the wrong thing. I'm trying to get a Molten Reach. It just I've been trying for 2 months. I've been trying ever since the game launched to get this item. It just refuses to drop. My account is broken. Yeah, if you see, one of the major things that some people don't like about the game is the art style. I personally love this art style, but there are games out there who immediately and in first look, when I just take a look at some games and I see the art style, I can't play it. This game, thankfully, is not one of those, but I understand there's a lot of people, for example, that prefer something that's more like Diablo 2, more like Grim Dawn, a bit more darker, grimmer kind of universe. But if you can get past this initial look, the cartoonish kind of look, there's a lot of depth into the game. It may not be on the surface at first glance, but there definitely is a lot of depth to Torchlight 3, especially when it comes to build making, to build diversity. Not much end game. Again, this is the weakest link of the game right now, is the end game, and the lack of quality of life when it comes to gear customization. You cannot customize your items apart from sockets. That's pretty much it. You can't change the affixes that an item comes with. It's always random, and that's kind of one of the other bad things. A lot of things are left to RNG, and I like to say that RNG is a bitch, and this game does not allow you to make it your bitch, and it should. Like Diablo 3 has a perfect way of negating bad RNG. You get one item that you want, but it's with the shittiest possible affixes. Well, you can then get some other items you don't need, turn them into materials, and then you can make those materials, make use of those materials by rerolling the affixes of that item. Whether the online is good or active, I cannot tell you much. There are active people on Discord, on the official Discord channel. There are active people. I'm gonna give you the link again. Discord Torchlight 3, and that can give you some sort of an idea how active the community is. You don't have matchmaking, so that's probably the best place to try and look for people to play with, the official Discord channel. discord.gg/playtorchlight. Apart from that place, I don't know where else you can try and find people to play with. So there is an active community, and if I take Steam, for example, let's take Steam. Right now you can see, just a moment, am I safe? I just make sure I'm safe. If I open SteamDB over here, if I share that screen, and then I have to refresh it as well. So this is just PC numbers. PC numbers. The game had the biggest number when it started early access, and since early access, it's kind of been on a downward spiral, or whatever you want to call it. And then around the game's launch here, you can see there were like 3,000 players, but ever since the launch, recently it started getting a little bit better. So if you see 1 month, the last month, see, ever since the sale, ever since they started selling the game cheaper, the numbers have been rising of players online, and that's concurrent players online, not total people playing the game, just concurrently online. And the 24-hour peak is 1,300 players right now, 1,300, so pretty nice. And I think that's due to the price of the game dropping. Obviously, that's a big factor, that's deciding factor for people whether they want to buy it or not. So yeah, most of the negative reviews, I assume, are probably from early access. I wish I could see some numbers there, how many of those reviews are early access, and I can just isolate only the post-launch reviews and see the actual numbers for post-launch reviews. But yeah, I think the game really has a lot to offer for the price you can get it at right now. Which, if it's still discounted as it was a few days ago, should be €16, $16, something like that, depending on the region. In some regions it might be cheaper. But again, I know that this is not everyone's cup of tea. So I don't expect everyone to like the game. But there's obviously a lot of good things, and the most important thing about this game is the developers really care about it, and they really like listening to player feedback. They're one of the few developers that listen to feedback so much that sometimes they end up listening to feedback too much, and it ends up hurting the game by listening to the community too much. Yeah, there's one example with the latest patch that they added one change, which I think they really shouldn't have listened to people who requested that change, which is basically the higher you get into the end game, the stronger item level items you get, which is basically them crippling their development. So right now they either have to remove this system, or every single end game system they add later would have to have the item challenge bonus level, this thing. So see, this is 13% to the stats. You can get up to 117 extra percent to the stats of an item that is level 60. So right now here it's dropping plus 1% because I'm very early in the end game stages. It's still level 60 items, but they can be level 60 items with up to 118% stats. And this means every new type of endgame they add would need to have this implemented one way or another. Otherwise, the items you get from those types of endgame would be pretty much useless. And then that would mean you wouldn't have any reason to do the other types of endgame, such as the secret alpaca level, which was added with the last patch. We have a secret alpaca level, but the gear that drops there is useless in comparison to gear that has 118% stronger stats. And this was as a result of people asking. People kept asking, give me stronger items when I reach stronger levels of the dungeon. But that's not the way to do it. You can give me power without making my item stronger. You can just make me stronger with buffs, or with map affixes, positive map affixes that remain throughout my dungeons the further I go. I've said many times how this can change. I'm not gonna go into detail, but yeah, this is perfect example of them listening to the community a little bit too much than they needed to. Because right now it fits, it works well, because we don't have much endgame other than the Fazir. But in the future, when they add new endgame, they're kind of limiting their options in regards to how that endgame would be designed if they have to implement this system. So if you wanna look into what I'm talking about, you can check this link. This is the support center. You can see this is one of the few developers that uses Note. Note basically allows you to see what your community wants, what your community asks for. And then you can, as a developer, decide, okay, people are requesting this feature, we should maybe start working on this feature, if it's reasonable, obviously. Or people don't like this thing in the game, we should maybe consider reworking it and changing it. I think every developer needs to use something like Note. And for small indie studios, or small studios that are not indie, such as Extra. Extra is a small studio, but they're not independent. They have publishers, Perfect World. For small studios, Note is amazing. It really lets your community give you their voice one way or another by upvoting, downvoting different different tickets, different different whatever you want to call it. I'd rather call it tickets. And yeah, from Note they can decide, okay, this one seems like a good thing, let's start working on it, and then they can make in their Jira internally an actual ticket there for that feature, for that rework, rebalance, whatever, for that bug. And they have constantly, ever since the alpha, because I played this game since April 2019. April 2019 is where I first started playing Torchlight Frontiers, which is the old name of the game when it was planned to be free to play, before they reworked it to a premium title without cash shops and stuff. So ever since then they've been constantly listening to feedback, reworking features. They reworked the skill system 4 times, I think. They reworked the relic system 4 or 5 or 3 times, I can't remember, many times. They reworked a lot of things. The enchanting system got added, and some things were tweaked based on feedback. So that's one thing for sure. The developers really do care about the game, and they want to make something that everyone, or as many people as possible, can enjoy from the player base. Which many other developers don't do right. I've seen many other companies, especially the big ones, largely ignoring what the community is asking for. I think 11th Hour Games and I think Crate Entertainment are companies that really listen to the community as well. You can see Grimdown and Last Epoch. The devs definitely have listened a lot to player feedback and made their game better. Last Epoch is actually still not launched. It's an early access game, and I think it's actually a great game. And the only problem I have with Last Epoch is with the arena and how it's handled, how it's endless, and how you can't pause it and complete and return later and continue where you left off. And I have problems with the performance of Last Epoch. Even though they improved it, I still have terrible FPS drops. And I guess it's just not meant to be optimized for old machines, for old GPUs. But people were telling me with 2080 Titanium they still have problems with Last Epoch and FPS drops at certain places. So I guess it's not just me. And I think a game like Chaos Bane, which has a lot of good stuff but also needs a lot of changes. Games like Chaos Bane could really use Note. Chaos Bane, if Chaos Bane had Note on day one after it launched, maybe they could have focused their development in the areas that the community needs much earlier, because it took the developers of Chaos Bane, Echo Games, it took them a lot of time to figure out what the community actually needs in the game, and they still are to figure out some of the things. But yeah, they're another small studio. I think Wolsen also needed Note. Wolsen could have needed Note, and those 10 months they wasted by bringing us things we didn't ask for. And we didn't need, instead of bringing us new endgame content that we actually needed. Would have been much better if they added a Note where you can upvote, downvote things. And Jacob says Chaos Bane would be so good with just more to it. Some of the characters feel great. Yeah, Chaos Bane just needs a little bit reworks of the endgame. Invasions are outdated. Invasions need a rework. Complete overhaul. We need a little bit more incentive in boss rushes. Boss rushes, yeah, I appreciate how they rework them, but we really need more incentive in those boss rushes. And then they should rework the Tower of Chaos a little bit to again be a little bit more incentivized to do it. Right now, upgraded relic hunts in Chaos Bane provide us with so much wood that doing anything else is pretty much useless. And I'm not talking give me as much wood in the Tower of Chaos, because again the Tower of Chaos is supposed to be run for coins that you use to get to the relic hunts, but give me more coins. As I go further in the tower, I really want to see the coins drastically increasing, and I really want to see the wood quality in the Tower of Chaos be increased than what it is right now. Because it's very disappointing if you reach level 30-40 in the tower and then you get probably 1-2 green items. And for that time you could have gotten probably 20-30 green items by running quick speed runs of Chaos 7-8 upgraded relic hunts. And you wouldn't get as much coins as well. And we also need a system to reroll affixes in Chaos Bane. Because yeah, once you roll green, you start min-maxing, but min-maxing is so difficult. I mean, it took me like half a year on my dwarf to get that perfectly rolled axe. But that's only 1 out of 2 axes. And it wasn't completely perfectly rolled. I would have min-maxed a little bit more to it. But yeah, we need a system where you can take unnecessary green items in Warhammer Chaos Bane, turn them into materials, and then use those materials to change the affixes on the green items. So this system that Diablo 3 has, it fits amazingly well in both Torchlight 3 and Chaos Bane. This type of item rerolling system from Diablo 3. And I would love to see it in both of those games, making its way one way or another with some tweaks and changes. By the way, what did you ask about crossplay? Was that about Chaos Bane or Torchlight 3? Because there is no crossplay on either Chaos Bane or Torchlight 3. Torchlight 3 said Chaos Bane that crossplay is not out of it's not off the table. It's still on the table, but maybe in the future, depending, because it's gonna require a lot of time, development, and funds. And if the game is popular and if crossplay is a requested feature, it's not off the table. But they're not promising anything for crossplay for Torchlight 3. And for Chaos Bane, I'm pretty sure it's never gonna happen unless the game magically becomes super popular and makes a lot of money and people start asking for crossplay. So Torchlight 3 maybe a little bit higher chance for crossplay than Chaos Bane, but for both games I wouldn't get my hopes up for crossplay. Maybe Xbox and PC crossplay might be possible, but PlayStation, Sony want money. It's all about money for Sony when it comes to crossplay. I think many people would buy the game if actually there was crossplay, and wouldn't buy the game if there isn't crossplay. So Sony are actually losing when they're playing hard to get when it comes to crossplay. Because some people have a PlayStation and they have a friend that plays it on PC, but they don't have a strong PC because their PC broke or something like that. And then if they knew that they could play that game with their friend, they probably would buy it if there is a crossplay. But then if there isn't crossplay, maybe there's less of a chance of those people buying the game. Of course, that's just hypotheticals, but yeah, I'm sure there's real cases like this that someone could refer to and use as examples. So I think not having crossplay actually hurts the sales more than having crossplay in a game. And Sony somehow thinks, I'm not sure what they're thinking by playing hard to get every time when people start asking about crossplay and stuff like that. But yeah, Microsoft, Xbox, Xbox and PC are much probably easier to make crossplay on between those platforms. Well, games can make money without microtransactions by selling expansions every now and then. And thank you, Random Triple X. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Enjoy your stay. Feel free to ask questions if you need some information about the game or about builds or anything. No, Jacek, the only thing that stacks is poison. Poison is the only ailment in this game that stacks. You cannot stack shock, you cannot stack burn, you cannot stack bleeding. Only poison. But you can stack burn with bleeding and poison. So you can have 1 stack of burning, 1 stack of bleeding, and 3 stacks of poison on the same monster, and it can be taking a lot of damage over time from all those stacks. If you want to make a rainbow build with all the different elements, if you want to make the avatar build. The Elm Bender. The Ailment Bender. The last Elm Bender. Burn damage is important only if you care about damage over time stuff. I mean, I've had some people on my channel telling me that they were stacking chance to burn and burn damage, and they were having some very high hits and crits. But for that you would need to do some heavy stacking. You would need to stack the burn damage to such a high number that I'm not sure whether it's gonna be worth sacrificing all the things that you can get instead of this. It's more of a niche build. Going for damage over time in this game as a source of damage is a niche. I use damage over time to trigger procs. Every dot tick can trigger a proc, such as for example, every tick of burning can trigger a lightning strike. Every tick of bleeding can trigger a lightning strike, things like that. So that's how I think it's better to think of the dot ticks. And again, if I'm hitting a shocked enemy, I have a chance to get the lightning strike to proc. If I'm hitting an enemy that's not shocked, obviously there's no chance to trigger that. So I still would need chance to shock. The same goes for the fire relic and chance to burn. You want chance to burn so you can trigger fireballs and other things like that that require you to hit a burning enemy or crit on a burning enemy. It doesn't matter what kind of damage you take. Flat damage of any type is good, because flat damage is not related to the ailment. So if I'm doing electric damage, it's not gonna shock unless I have chance to shock. With this one, see, this one does ice damage, and I do ice, fire and ice. So my major damage source is ice, but I'm not freezing because I don't have chance to freeze. I'm not chilling because I don't have chance to chill. But you can see when it's hitting, it's doing those blue animations because it's ice damage. But again, it's not chilling, it's not freezing, and the numbers are yellow, are blue instead of orange or green or red, whatever. Blue numbers because it's ice damage. But that's it. It just is just damage. It doesn't matter what type it is, as long as you get the number. And yeah, burn, you only need on that sharpshooter, the more chance to burn you have, the better for you, because that means you're gonna be burning with the first hit instead of the second, and that means on the second hit you can start doing things like proccing things. So on the first hit you're applying the burn, on the second hit you're starting to trigger procs. So you obviously want to have at least some burn chance. Zero burn chance is bad for builds that rely on procs. I think it's worth it having burn chance on the weapon for your build. I wouldn't mind sacrificing one affix of flat damage for burn chance. So if you can find a weapon with chance to burn plus flat damage instead of 2 times flat damage, and then some sockets for flat damage, that's not bad. Alternatively, you can put chance to burn on your focus item or on your shield. That also works. You can try and get burn chance on the offhand, and then stick to regular damage on the main hand. I mean, there's many ways to approach this, many ways. For example, right now I need chance to shock. This weapon, ideally, instead of bonus damage to basic attacks or instead of levels to swag shot, this one ideally would have had a chance to burn. It would have been nice. Because right now, chance to shock, not chance to burn, chance to shock. Right now, my only chance to shock is from this one here, which is 10%, which is not enough. And yes, I'm ready for Diablo 4. The question is Diablo 4 ready for me? That's the question that we might want to ask. Those are both. This map is gonna give me a lot of fame. This one is gonna give me less fame, but more monsters, more chances of wood. Purple is electric damage, yes. But again, electric damage does not equal shock. So even if your weapon has electric damage, if you don't have chance to shock, you're not gonna be able to proc Lightning Strike unless you have chance to shock. And Pierce Leviathan said that Godfall is doing this, no microtransactions. Yes, they're doing that. And so is Torchlight 3, and so is, as far as I know, Last Epoch is also not planning on having microtransactions, unless I'm mistaking something, and they are. Grim Dawn also doesn't have microtransactions. Yeah, they do have some DLCs. You can get like costume pack, which is optional and totally cosmetic, so obviously I don't care about this. But yeah, in Grim Dawn you have expansion 1, expansion 2, Crucible, and then those 2 supporter packs on Steam for cosmetics. It works if games like Grim Dawn can sustain themselves and give us content and updates for many years, then definitely this business model is preferred by many. I prefer this business model. I buy the game, then eventually if there's an expansion I can buy it. I just don't like expansions bringing gear that makes the old gear useless. If you're gonna bring an expansion with new items, you shouldn't make the old items useless, forcing people to buy the expansion to get the strongest gear. You should just make new gear that gives you a new playstyle that is equally strong as the old gear. That's why I don't like increasing the level caps in games. Because increasing the level cap in games basically makes my old items useless. Then I have to farm every single item again. If you're gonna do increase level cap, then you should do a system that allows you to upgrade the level of an item. Let's say, for example, Torchlight 3 at some point decides to increase the level cap to 70 or to 62 or 65. It would be nice to have a system to take a level 60 item, sacrifice a level 70 item, and then make that level 60 item level 70. Retaining the affixes and rows on that level 60 item. That way the time you have spent is valued. They are not saying, oh, you spent 200 hours in the game. Well, too bad for you. Your old gear is no longer useful. So yeah, if developers want to add level cap increases in games, they shouldn't do it like Borderlands. They should learn and not do it the way Borderlands 3 did it, forcing people to refarm the same items again every few months when they increase the level cap. So yeah, if you give people a system where they can farm some items of the new level and use those to boost the level of the old items, that's definitely great. That means it respects the time you have put into the game before the patch, and the items you have voted before the patch. So we'll see whether Torchlight 3 would increase the level cap anytime soon, but my guess is with one of the expansions, when they're adding new acts or whatever new they add, most likely there will be some sort of level cap increase. If not level cap increase, that's actually gonna be better. I'd rather not see a level cap increase. But if they do, I really hope they consider implementing a system to boost WoW level items to the higher levels.
You can't cast that here. You can't use that skill.
Let's see. I'm gonna read some chat again. Jacob says he likes Path of Exile microtransactions, so much cosmetics. Well, yeah, some things are cosmetics, but some of the things there I really don't like stash taps. I don't like selling me gameplay. I don't like selling people the extra convenience of automating certain things, having special stash taps that other people don't, having special stash taps that can do certain functions for you, and in general I think stash taps in Path of Exile are kind of pay to win. At least for me, because they definitely allow you to spend less time doing something, and time spent or time saved really helps you have an advantage over others. And that's a game where people are competing. That's a game with a competitive aspect. So they do provide you a lot of convenience, which results in you progressing quicker than others and you spending less time doing certain things compared to others. The cosmetics in Path of Exile, I don't mind them. I wish I could just switch them off, so that whenever I'm playing with others with shit tons of extra special effects ruining my performance, I would like to switch off special effects of other people, special microtransaction effects of other people, if they're covering the whole screen. Another thing in Path of Exile is, even without special microtransaction effects, when I play with a full team, I can barely see what's happening in the screen. Sometimes I can't see my cursor. Sometimes I can see my hero out of all the effects on the ground. It's a clusterfuck of effects. It's eye cancer, maybe. Sometimes. Definitely doesn't feel great when you can't switch off. I would like to only see my own spells, and that would be it as an option. Toggle on off to only see my own spell effects, only effects that are generated by my own spells and skills. And the enemies. Obviously you want to see the enemy effects, otherwise you're gonna get wrecked out of nowhere. What's happening now? Alright, it voted. Let's send the pet to sell.
Your pet has returned.
And boom, and boom. Do I want to do something else? I'm looking for gear wiki maps. Snow KGL says they have to do it the way that would bring the most income. Every business focuses like that. Well, I don't think every business focuses on this. Because sometimes bringing extra income, doing it in a certain way would result in losing player base. and that would mean losing potential income. So for example, yeah, Torchlight 3 probably would have been getting a lot of income if they added some microtransactions for costumes, but that would have also meant a lot of people wouldn't buy the game because they don't want microtransactions for costumes. It's just based on what your community likes. A lot of people are blinded by the collective hive mind of conforming to shitty microtransactions and would rather not voice their concerns and their disagreement with certain things because other people are not disagreeing and they don't want to be the ones that do. But yeah, I don't like this sheep mindset. If I don't like something, I would be vocal about it. I wouldn't just stay quiet there and kind of deal with it. I don't play games that I don't enjoy. I don't play games that have mechanics or cash shop things that I don't enjoy, that I think are not balanced. Some people have spent so much money on Path of Exile, they just don't want to play another game because they would feel bad about all the money spent on Path of Exile. If they switch to another game, it would be blasphemy for them. Because yeah, they spend so much money on it, they don't want to feel bad about spending so much money on pixels. I mean, I spent money on Path of Exile as well. I've bought the most basic supporter pack, and I didn't buy it because I cared about the ugly cosmetics that came with it, because they really were ugly. The first blood or whatever it was called. I just wanted to support the developers because at that time I was playing the game and I thought it's right to just buy one type of package just to support them. But yeah, I definitely felt like the stash tabs I got myself. Actually, I've also gotten some stash tabs there, but I felt that they provide me an advantage that gives me an edge over people who don't have it, and it felt wrong to have that advantage. But yeah, at the time when I was playing Path of Exile, I felt it right to just support them a little bit. But I definitely didn't like the options I had to support them, what they were, with those special stash tabs and things like this. Winterweave gauntlets, yes, finally, new wood. New wood, and actually needed this wood. This wood is one of the best things you can do for your setup for survivability on any build, any class, subclass. Winterweave gauntlets, this survivability is amazing, especially if you get 2 more Winterweave pieces. If you combine this with the Winterweave chest and then maybe shoulders for mobility or something else, like the Winterweave wheel or the Winterweave boots. Actually, no, it's not the boots, it's the legs that are same as the wheel. It's pretty nice. And Pierce Leviathan says, how is Immortal doing it then? Immortal is doing it in a very bad way. Immortal is plain pay to win. If people say it's not pay to win, then they're just trying to justify their spending on pixels. Immortal will be pay to win because you would be able to buy things that let you get items that others cannot get from rifts. It doesn't let you buy items directly. It lets you buy crests or whatever they're called. That lets you get extra rewards from rifting. And not just you, but you and your whole party can benefit from those extra rewards from rifting. Such as getting getting legendary gems there, getting more rift points, things like that. And I'm assuming rift points and I think rift points might have either something to do with the leaderboards, or maybe they would be used in some sort of a shop where you buy certain things. I don't know what rift points exactly do. They haven't specified. But also you would be able to buy special reforged stones, which would let you focus on getting only the specific affixes you want when rerolling. So let's say I'm rerolling my affixes, and then I can get any single one affix from A to Z. But let's say with a special reforged stone, it lets me focus between A and D, having only those affixes there, things like that. So obviously that's providing people with an advantage over compared to others, and obviously that is pay to win, because in a game where you're competing for weekly PvP leaderboards and rift leaderboards, the quicker you get certain items and gear up, the better and the faster you would be able to reach certain thresholds in those leaderboards. So it's definitely pay to win, but it's not as bad as some other games on the MOBA. I gotta give them credit that, yeah, they do have pay to win, but that pay to win is not as much as some of the other the tons of other mobile games out there. But in its core, Diablo Immortal is a mobile game. It will have pay to win. It's gonna be a whale competition. If you like to compete with whales who can open their pockets and spend thousands of dollars every month, good luck. Good luck. Good luck to people who want to be competitive in Diablo Immortal. If you want to play Diablo Immortal just for fun, if you don't care about the leaderboards, maybe it would be something people can enjoy. And there will be some people who would do it, who would just play it for fun, just to test different builds without competing with others, without caring how much pay to win the game is and things like that. But in general, I personally don't like the control scheme in mobile games. Even when I play it on PC, I don't like how it looks visually, how my skills are over here. I'm gonna just show you what I'm talking about, because talking about it, it doesn't give you the idea. But yeah, let me just check which screenshot. Where the hell is it? Okay, that's not the screenshots I'm looking for. Just a moment. It's gotta be somewhere here. Where is the damn hut? I'm pretty sure. Okay, see, this is what I don't like, having my skills be here. I like them being in the middle. So instead of my skills being here, I would rather those skills be somewhere in the middle, over here. But they're there for a purpose, because on a mobile it's easy to tap the things over here. And I understand why they put them there, but yeah, if I play it on a PC with an emulator, I wish I could rotate those and move them over here, because I like keeping my eye in the middle of the screen, not to the sides. Even if it's to the bottom, at least it should be the middle bottom. But whenever I get access to Diablo Immortal, I still would test it. I still would play it for like at least a week or so, to be able to tell people, hey, I got this game, I leveled up a hero to max level, I checked the end game, it's like this, like that, the pay to win is this bet or that bet. I want to be able to give people honest opinion, not just say, hey, it's a mobile game, it sucks, don't play it. I don't like mobile games as a gamer, but I know there's people who do. so I wouldn't mind making some content for those people out there. But it's definitely not gonna be a game I see myself playing a lot, especially knowing about the pay to win in it.
You can't cast that.
And pay to win sells. Pay to win actually sells. If they made Diablo Immortal with just cosmetics, they wouldn't make as much money, because they're aiming for this desire of people to pay to be better than others or to progress quicker than others. They're aiming on those people who don't mind opening their pockets, and they're betting that there's going to be a lot of people who would be willing to do it. And as we know, in mobile games there's so many whales. There's people that constantly change servers and donate in those servers so they can be the strongest in those servers. So there's a lot of psychology going on when deciding about things like that, when deciding what goes in the cash shop item in a game like that. It's obviously aiming for people with vulnerable egos who want to make themselves feel stronger than others by opening their pockets in those games. And there's cases for mobile games, and not just mobile, even PC games with pay to win, where every month or every 2 months they would open a new server, and then all the whales would migrate to the new server and create new heroes and start gearing those up with the pay to win system, so they can be at the top of that new server. And then there's people who are trying to play on 2-3 different servers at the same time, paying for those 2-3 different servers, trying to be at the top of both, or all 3 of them. So again, there's people who would do that, and probably Diablo Immortal is designed into exploiting those people or getting them to spend, just like any other pay to win mobile game. But again, it's much milder pay to win than some of those other games I've seen. In fact, I've even tested some of those games without spending, just to see how bad they are. I think it was, what was the name of the most popular? Something Dungeon, and I think there's already the 6th or the 7th sequel of the game already there. Hero Dungeon, Water Dungeon, something, some shitty name. And then there's another company. Whenever I open my Play Store, it's as if the same company is copy-pasting the same game with a different name. And just rebranding the name based on what's popular. Now there's a bunch of names with Immortal in the... a bunch of games, copy-pasted games with Immortal in the game's name, trying to get some of the Immortal players to download them. So there's always gonna be those copycat, copy-pasted games, which is basically the same game but with a slightly different name, and that's it. If I remember which one it was, I think it was something Legend Rising, thing like that. And then you would see another one with Legend in the name, and then another one with maybe Immortal in the name or something like that. And they're basically probably the same company making the exact same game with maybe a few different differences every now and then. And that's just how plague the mobile market is right now. It's a plague. Anarchy 339, thank you very much. Welcome to the Struck Club. Really appreciate that. But yeah, most games, not just MMOs, but yeah, most online games in Asia are pay to win. That's how it is. People there spend. People there have vulnerable egos. Not every person, but gamers there really want to spend to give themselves that feeling of satisfaction by knowing that they can pay to be stronger than others or progress faster. It's a different market there, but the Western market is a little bit less forgiving, a lot less forgiving to pay to win. That's why so many pay to win games failed when they got ported to the Western market as MMOs. Because people just got sick of the bullshit pay to win. Me including. I get very, very touchy when we're talking about pay to win and things like that. It's how business works, but people can earn money without pay to win. Just like Grim Dawn. Just like Diablo 2. People can earn money even without pay to win. Even non-pay to win games can make money and support expansions and things like that and future content. What if I remove this extra damage and casting speed? I really like to keep this extra damage and casting speed though. It really seems to be a part of the build for me right now. So if I find the Celestial Cuirass, I can put the Celestial Gauntlets and then equip the Winterweave Gauntlets, or I can just put the Winterweave Gauntlets up there. Ideally I would find a level 60 Celestial Cuirass with damage to Absolver and maybe crit damage and the socket. And then I can equip it, then I can put that into the Legendarium, and then I can equip this and put some extra defense in the sockets. Okay, let's collect some rewards. Yeah, MOBA games, most MOBA games, in fact probably 99% of the MOBA games in mobile don't have pay to win. Some might have actual pay to progress, pay to win, where you can buy certain overpowered heroes which are stronger than others, so that they can sell those heroes when they're new and they're not balanced, and then after 2 months they would rebalance them after people have paid money to get those heroes. But yeah, there are MOBA games where they just sell skins, and that's how they support themselves. But even in MOBA games, some heroes are intentionally overpowered when they are new. Dota, League of Legends, when a new hero comes, in many of those games it would be overpowered for the first 1-2 months. But that's why it won't be in ranked. That's why this hero won't be accessible to ranked in some of those games before it gets a proper balancing treatment. Before people have... they give people enough time to spend their money to unlock that hero. If it's a game where you pay to unlock a hero, like Paladins, if it's a game where every hero gets unlocked immediately and you can always choose it, then that's a different story. But there's games like Paladins where, yeah, when a new hero comes, people would really wanna probably, if they don't wanna grind to buy the hero, by grinding they would just pay and buy it early while it's still overpowered before the rebalancing, the first rebalancing nerf stick treatment. Let's see. But yeah, in those games, 90% of the cases when there's a new hero, it will be overpowered. It could be intentional, it could be just a whack of testing and being able to figure out whether it's overpowered or not. Also higher price than usual the first week on League. I haven't played League of Legends in probably 7-8 years. I can't even remember how long it was. Back when I played League of Legends, there were certain things I didn't like, such as those levels, those level ups of the account that made it very overpowered. Having a new player compared to an old school player was at a disadvantage because he didn't have those extra stats that you get as you level up. I'm not sure how the system is now, but when I played it, when I'm low level, I didn't have those extra passive skills or whatever it was that gave me extra stats, and I felt that was kind of, yeah, very imbalanced, new players compared to old players. Whereas with Dota, a player that just started, maybe a new account, Smurf account, has the exact same power of the exact same power as someone who has played for a long time. Because there is no account levels in regards to power, just unlocking more cosmetics and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure it's probably much different now in League of Legends, but yeah. I haven't played Dota in a long time as well. I think the last time I played Dota was 2014, 2015, maybe 2015. So, so it's been a while. Look at this bullshit. HP Goldwork, 2 shitty stats. I mean, I would rather have defense and more defense, or defense and crit chance. I just really don't want to save this. I can't save everything, so I have to get rid of some things. Okay, a few more things to collect. You're saying don't worry, that's still a thing. Okay, that's interesting. And Jacek says, can I do some crafting? Well, there is no actual crafting anymore. You used to be able to craft relics. Relics used to be something that you have as a tool, not a subclass, and used to be able to craft relics and change them without needing to make a new hero. But when they made them subclasses, they removed the whole crafting thingy. Maybe eventually they would add more crafting, but right now the only crafting, which is not real crafting, you can do is what was it? It's this thing, what I did, enchanting items and changing what goes into the sockets. But again, you can't add sockets, you can't change the affixes that are not on sockets, and I really wish they would add this year. I think it's about time for them to allow us to change the affixes in the middle of an item. This is one of the most requested things from me. It's probably at the top 3 in my list of things I'd like to see in this game. Yeah, but that old crafting system, the relics, people were crying. When the game started early access, people said, this game sucks, I don't have enough skills, I only have 7 skills in this side, and I only have 7 skills in this side. Torchlight 3 had 3 skill, Torchlight 2 had 3 skill trees, give me a 3rd skill tree, give me more passives. And the developer said, alright, you want more skills, you're counting skill icons, let's give you a new skill tree. And let's make them subclasses. And yeah, now that's what it is. You have relics as a subclass. See, again, they're listening to the community to a big extent. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. I actually like this change. I was really against this. I really didn't like the permanent change, not being able to change subclasses. In fact, back in the day, I could transfer my electrode from one hero to another. And the electrode had levels that you keep leveling up as you go. As you're getting XP, your relic would level with you, and you can just change to a new relic, start leveling it from level 1 all the way to level 50 or whatever. But we also only had 60 skill points. So they gave us extra skill points. So there's that as well to consider. I mean, I like the change. I'm already used to the change. I wish I could respect my subclass at ease. I wish if I remove every single skill point from my subclass, to be able to, at level 60, talk to some sort of NPC and then change it to a different one. that would be the preferred choice. Even if I have to farm some sort of item, some sort of rare to get consumable, and even if I have to use respectacles, which in my case would be 5, 10, 20, 6, 20, actually I can see it here, 30. Even if I had to use 30 consumables, respectacles, to remove all the points, I would love a way to be able to respect this. But again, the developers listened to the community, and people kept QQing why this game doesn't have as much skills and as much passives as Torchlight 2, why it only has 2 skill trees, and that was the reason why they decided to do one last change to the relic system before the game launches and make them subclasses. And it took me a while to get used to it, but now I'm used to it and I don't mind it the way it is. We need to cry about Cold Heart. Yeah, let's start crying about Cold Heart. Let's make the Cold Heart QQ mega threat. The Cold Heart QQ mega threat on Note, where everyone can voice their QQ. Let your tears be seen. Let's show them all the tears that Cold Heart causes in us. Let's make a mega thread where everyone is posting a picture of them crying. A photo of them crying because Cold Heart makes them cry. If we get 1,000 pictures of people crying, maybe they can rework it a little. The Cold Heart, the buff Cold Heart QQ mega thread. They can collect tears in a bottle and market them to some weird people with weird fetishes. Then we put those 1,000 pictures of people crying into a music video. Yeah. I can edit it, I can do the video. Someone make the music, I can do the editing. We need some sad violin music. Cue some sad violin music. Okay, for a moment my mouse was a little bit unresponsive. Earlier my mouse battery died and I plugged it into the cable to recharge. And for a moment just now the mouse somehow became unresponsive. But it's fine now. I think a very good thing for this build would be arc-powered legs. Not arc what was the name? Ancient Ember leg armor. I'd love to use Ancient Ember legs in this build, so I can get some extra energy when using that. In fact, even arc-powered legs are not a bad thing. Extra damage from shock bolts. The shock bolts from Conjure Electrode could do some nice damage with that. So there's multiple ways how you can fork out of this build and focus on certain things. And that's again same build, slightly different items, slightly different effect of how the build is getting its damage. Do I go for an item that lets me every time I use Conjure Electrode generate some energy? With a chance, not every time, but has a percent of giving me back 25 or 50 energy. Or do I go for a build that increases the damage by 25 or 50% of shock bolts and stack some more shock bolts on shock? And with Electrode, those shock bolts should benefit from that increased damage. And if you put Conjure Electrode in the feet of a big boss, every single shock bolt should hit it and melt it. Yeah, there's definitely ways I can think of making this build complete. One way or another, with one synergy or another. You can see how this one got melted by Conjure Electrodes. I thought Conjure Electrode is weak, but they've either buffed it or I wasn't using it the right way before. I don't remember it being this strong before when I made the Absolver Zealot. Was it that before it didn't cast on my cursor but in my feet? I need to look my old video to see what it was, but it seems much stronger now. It actually does damage. Before I wasn't using it for the damage, I was using it for the casting speed. Now it actually does damage. And it makes sense for it to do damage. I mean, I'm paying 50 energy to use it. It better do some damage. If it's not giving me survivability, at least some damage. And Anarchy saying what's up, and Dawak is back. Good evening Dawak, nice to see you. Yenervite says, I'm just now starting to learn the ukulele, received it for Christmas. Good work with that, that's definitely a fun little instrument to learn. I've never tried learning a musical instrument, to be honest, but it seems like a fun thing. I need some pancakes. Come on, goblins, where are the pancakes? Don't tell me it's another map that's broken without enough pancakes. They ran out of dough. They ran out of goblin dough. Okay, I've missed a pancake here. One more pancake. Can we get that pancake? Oh, I've been here. I've been here, yet it doesn't show up as if I've been on this place. Okay, so this map cannot be completed, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to pick a different one. Davok says, does the item stats bonus you get on Fazir item, which are over level 60, apply to you all? No, it only applies to the specific item. It doesn't apply to all equipped items, just to this specific particular item. And Genervat said, I did this recently and all enemies disappeared as I was fighting the Wastu packs as a result. I wasn't able to complete Fazir's level 19 or something on this map. Okay, interesting. Operation Maple Down. Yeah, they really need to keep looking into the quests. We still have problems after so many months of them attempting different fixes. That's the hardest thing for them to fix is those quests. They keep attempting different fixes, apparent fixes, that end up not working really, not being a true fix. And we still have problems with completing certain quests and have to... if you have a bugged quest, don't redo the same map. Pick a different one. Maybe go back and do one of the previous stages so they can reset the different choices. So the one that got broken for me was this one. Now I'm gonna do another one. Make it reset. Maybe pick a gear wacky one if I can find one.
But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back? I've got one of those at home.
You can even do a boss fight. If you want, you can even do a boss fight quickly. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a quick boss fight just to reset the other map. Note 3920. Okay, nice. It's fun that they chose to use cards, but they're also not doing it the right way. They're making me click on every single card. I like that if I click on the level stage, let's say I click on level 30, all 3 cards would show up and immediately reveal themselves, instead of making me click 3 more times just to see those 3 things. It's unnecessarily prolonging the clicking trifold. So instead of having to click 1 time, I have to click 4 times to see what my options are. This is unnecessary, unneeded, and it's much easier to resolve it by just adding a better animation. The animation of those 3 cards appearing, they should appear and then flip themselves. I mean, it's forcing me to click and play the game of clicking instead of fight enemies. Less clicking, more fighting. Less clicking on UI, more fighting. That's my rule in games. The less I have to click on my UI and the more I can fight, the better. Clicking on the UI when you're leveling up and things like that, okay, that's unavoidable. But things can be optimized. Things can be optimized in many ways in this game. And yeah, the Fuzzier is one perfect example. It's something new. So I click here and you see how it shows me the 3 cards. I think it should do that animation and then immediately do this animation for every card, for all 3 cards. Like it shows up and boom, immediately this gets done for all 3 cards. Boom, for all 3 cards. Something like this. That's what I'm talking about.
So decisive. Wouldn't have been my choice.
Pesto is saying greetings. Welcome Pesto, welcome to the Struck Pub, greetings to you. And by the way, to anyone who is new, who even to the people working in the background, not chatting, Happy New Year if you haven't heard me say it yesterday or today. All the best to everyone. Enjoy the new year. Exactly, and that's another thing that I was talking about, Jenner White. I think they should make it so if you only click 1 card, you get full rewards. Let's say not get full. You get 100% more rewards, or something that makes your run better. Then if you open 2 cards, you earn less bonuses, and then if you open all 3 cards, you earn minimal bonuses. This is another system I've talked about back in August when they added the Fuzzier, or whenever they added the Fuzzier, September, can't remember the exact date. But yeah, that was another thing I mentioned. The only reason why I would see to make me click on the cards would be to tie it to rewards. Get less rewards, more rewards based on how many cards you have revealed. Maybe blindly let it select the card for you so you can get more bonuses, or just click on one. But this can also be abused. This can also be abused because you can see what the maps are, review all 3 of them, and then if you leave and come back, it won't remember that you have revealed all the cards. So it should somehow remember how many of the cards you have revealed. It's probably a little bit too much development, too much unnecessary development that's not gonna give us much gains for the time they're gonna spend developing a system like that. to decide the number of rewards and things based on how many cards you have revealed, and to prevent people from exploiting this and being able to just reset it later and get different ones. But yeah, I understand. I've played Minecraft Dungeons, and I kind of know what you mean with those rewards, where you have to click at the end. It's necessary to click at the end for the reward. Unholy Boat. I'm planning on making an Unholy Boat build, as I said. After this build I'm gonna make an Unholy build equivalent. A reverse version of the build, where I'm spamming Unholy Boat instead of Absolver and instead of Entropy, most likely Radiant Blast. Most likely. So let's see, what time is it? 7:51. I've got some more time left, like 2.5 hours, 2 hours 40 minutes. Let's see if we can get this item to drop, this Molten Reach. This item keeps playing hard to get. Hardest item to get. You need to spam Entropy on goblins to get the achievement. I need to do the Shotgun Blast achievement, and I think another one. I can't remember which one it was from those. I'm pretty sure I haven't done the Shotgun Blast achievement yet, because I haven't played much with it. El Castillo is back. Welcome back, El Castillo. Nice to see you again. Boom. Okay, let's see if there's anything else we can get before my harmonic form is over. I wanna kill as many as I can. Now this one took a beating. Let's see what I missed here. Innervite says I mentioned Rakia yesterday for drinks. Yeah, I did mention Rakia for drinks. I was drinking some wine yesterday. There's still some leftover wine. I forgot to pour myself a glass today, but maybe I can drink some later. Cheers though. I can go get myself a drink later. Maybe after this map I can go to the kitchen. And LKTG is asking, Struck, can a question? Yeah, you can ask questions for Chaos Bane or any other game you've seen me play or make content for. I don't have to be playing Chaos Bane for people to ask me questions about it. So ask away. Ask away. How to find the gems for relic hunt? Oh, the things for the relic hunt you find in the Tower of Chaos. I would do 1 or 2 levels of the Tower of Chaos, then collect. 1 or 2 levels of the Tower of Chaos, then collect. Normally the way I do it is I go to, for example, Chaos 8 or 9 in Tower of Chaos. And then I do 1 level and then I collect my wood, and there's 90% of the time in Chaos 7, 8, 9 there would be at least 1 coin. At least 1 coin for upgraded relic hunts. Chaos Bane is Warhammer Chaos Bane. If you haven't heard of it, you might want to look it up. It's not a bad game. It's not a great game, but it's not a bad game. It had a very rough launch. Very rough launch and very bad decisions in the first couple of months after the launch. It took them a while to improve the game. And Baskerville Z just followed. Thank you very much for the follow to you as well. Welcome to the Struck Club. So yeah, it has some things that definitely need to be improved. There are some things that are very good and fun, and there are some fun builds you can make, but in general it gets pretty boring pretty quick. But if you get it discounted, you can still have a lot of fun time by gearing up every one of the heroes with full green. And making builds for all 4 sets for every hero. So in Chaos Bane, yeah, it doesn't have as much build diversity as Torchlight 3. And it does need some improvements in certain areas. But it's not a terrible game. It was much worse when it first launched. Chaos Bane launched in 2019, June, I think. So a year and a half later, I think Chaos Bane can offer a lot more than it could offer when it launched. Torchlight 3 launched 2 months ago. Almost 3 months ago. Soon it will be 3. And it's already gotten some serious improvements as well for those days since it launched, for those 2.5 months or so. Not bad actually. Bleeding and physical damage. And levels to Localized Storm. For a Budmancer. For a Bud Summoner. I'm wondering if Bud Seekers can heal my pets, my minions. Or whether it only heals me and my teammate allies. Co-op allies. There's so many Warhammer games, yeah. It's like a new one comes every few months. Oh, one of your friends painted the overpriced metal figurines. Yeah, that's just that's a hobby. If they enjoy painting it and then it stays on their shelves or whatever they put it on their desk, it's not bad. I mean, I personally don't have the spare money to buy some of those figurines, but if I did have spare money, I wouldn't mind buying and painting some of those and learning to paint those. And then maybe putting them in my PC case. I've seen people putting figurines inside their PC cases when the boxes are big boxes. Mine definitely has some room for something like that. And El Castillo is asking if you can level other characters to skip the story. You can skip the story if someone power levels you. You can get power leveled. But you still want to do the story so you can unlock certain skills and passives. And thank you, the real Slim Shady. And the real Slim Shady, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club on Twitch. Really appreciate that. So yeah, El Castillo, there are certain things of the story that you want to do. You want to do Tomb King story and you wanna do the Forges story, because while doing those quests you unlock certain passive skills. I'm not sure whether you need to do the Magnus. I think there was something like you can't use blessings unless you do Magnus, but I'm not sure whether this counts for outs. So I normally, when I level up new heroes, I do Tomb Kings first, then I do Forges, or vice versa, Forges first, then Tomb Kings, and after that I do Magnus. You might try and skip Magnus, see how it works. Skull Rocket Monkey says, is this game good? Well, for me it's actually pretty good game, but it's not great. Keep in mind this game still has a lot of things to fix, to improve. It's still fresh, it's new, it's still a baby game. Recently launched, like it launched in October, on October 13th. But yeah, the developers constantly update it, constantly work to improve it. Right now around the holidays, maybe less than normally, but yeah. It's definitely a good game, although it just crashed for me, so just a moment. Just a moment, I need to restart the game. There's obviously a lot of good things about this game that I like. In general, it has a lot of, as I said earlier, this game has a ton of build diversity, a ton of build variety. So if you're the type of person that loves playing different heroes all the time and experimenting with different items and different abilities, and combining those synergies between one item and one skill, and then another item and another skill, there's a lot of things out there to explore in this game. But it has insufficient end game for me. For me, this game doesn't have enough end game diversity. It only has one end game activity plus a secret alpaca level, which does count as end game, but right now it's kind of useless to do apart from fun. But yeah. What's my favorite thing about Warhammer? Do you mean Warhammer in general, or do you mean Warhammer Chaosbane? My favorite thing about Warhammer Chaosbane is the freedom of respecs. It's completely free to respec in Warhammer Chaosbane, and you don't need to grind a single minute to respec your active passive skills, god skills, which I love. I'm the type of person that doesn't want to grind to respec, so I love that in Chaosbane. It's much better than Torchlight 3 in that aspect. As for Warhammer in general, my favorite thing is that, well, there's two types of universes: the fantasy one and the sci-fi one, the 40k and the fantasy one. So I like that there's all sorts of different things. All sorts of different worlds and things to explore, and that there's such a diversity of creatures and heroes and champions that can be implemented in games of that universe, the Warhammer universe. So there's a lot of potential in those universes for all types of games to be tapped by developers. Just trying to replace some things. $13.4, 2870, 5.7. Okay, just gotta get rid of some items I don't need to make room for more. Yenevite says the Warhammer, I mean Warhammer, not the You haven't yet been to the Opaka level. Somehow you usually like exploring, but I haven't been too interested in finding it. Oh, okay. Well, I do have a video about how to reach it. I can try and show you, not how to reach it, but just to show you the level. I just need to buy the map from the NPC. But yeah, I think this got leaked. I think someone who had access to this privileged information leaked it to their friend, and probably their friend leaked it to other people, and eventually, before we knew it, everyone knew how to access this level. And the way to access it is so specific that I find it hard to believe that this wasn't a leak or data mine, that somehow someone managed to find it on their own. It's just so specific that it's impossible for someone to know that you have to click 20 times on a specific thing and then click one time on another thing after clicking 20 times on that other thing on the first one. So yeah, it's a leak. No other way of no, I don't think there's a chance for it to not have been a leak. So whoever leaked it should be ashamed for leaking this. I was hoping it would take at least 1-2 months for people to try and figure out what it is, although they might have never found it the way it is, or they might have accidentally found it but without knowing that you have to click exactly 20 times. But someone on my stream told me that it has been confirmed that people know how it is and that you have to click 20 times. And that's when I made the video about it, when I was pretty sure that people really know about it. But yeah, who would figure out that they have clicked exactly 20 times on that one thing before clicking on the other one? To discover it organically, it's pretty difficult to discover this level organically. If you discover it organically, you wouldn't know that it was exactly 20 times that you need to click. If people told me, hey, you have to click a bunch of times on this thing, I would have been okay. Maybe they were just randomly clicking on things and managed to figure it out without knowing exactly how many times you have to click. But as soon as someone said 20 times, I was like, fuck, it's a leak. There's no way they would know they clicked exactly 20 times there. But yeah, you can end up discovering it organically. And it's not that difficult to discover it organically if you're an explorer, if you like clicking on all sorts of things that seem out of place or weird, or things that just let you click because there's highlights on them, such as this has a highlight. I can click on it, obviously something happens. Come on. Come on. What's here? There's gotta be a boss, the Alpaca Queen. She's somewhere in the middle normally. There is no alpaca level. And someone's telling me to hydrate. Let's hydrate. Actually do need it. Shit, boss, not now. Ah, fuck. Didn't see it. Bad timing. I chose a bad timing to hydrate. It's fine. I don't have life bound items, so it doesn't matter. I can just open a new map to the alpaca level and do another run. I can buy some potions while I'm here.
Oh yes, potions.
Seriously, bad time to hydrate. It's fine. There's no wife bound items on me, so no harm. You got the alpaca level from a phase beast. Yeah, people have told me that this is doable. You can get it from a phase beast, but getting the alpaca maps is a completely different story. Takes a while to figure out how to get them from maps. How to unlock the secret vendor that sells the alpaca maps. So yeah, maybe they added them into the phase beast pool. Maybe it was a bug. Maybe it shouldn't have been added into the phase beast pool. I don't know if it's intended or not. Shit, those do a ton of damage. What the hell? Someone is doing a lot of damage to me. I think it's the yellow guy. Left your mask, not bad. I think this level needs a little bit of an improvement. I think they need to make it a guaranteed legendary drop from the boss. Because the cost of entering this is 5 legendary items. You have to sacrifice 5 legendary items, turn them into essence to enter. So I'm fine with sacrificing 5 legendary items if I can get 1 guaranteed legendary drop. It's kind of like a gamble, and it's the type of gamble I'm willing to do. No changes of elevation, a bit of a boring map, but were there changes of elevation in the secret cow level of Diablo? I don't remember changes of elevation there. Or at least not big changes of elevation, maybe just small ones. Well, level 6 legendaries give you the exact amount of essence as high level, and you can sell level 6 legendaries for the exact amount of gold as high level legendaries, so it doesn't matter what legendaries you're sacrificing. And the level 6 legendary can unlock the ability for the legendarium the same way level 60 would. So level 6 legendaries, yeah, they may not be good as items to equip, but they're just as good for items to put in the legendarium, or for items to turn into essence or to sell. Although selling legendary items is only 100 gold, which is pretty much a joke to sell legendary items for 100 gold. Should have been at least 400 or 500. Okay, nice. Yenevite says the small stairwells make it interesting to explore some areas, particularly if there are bosses or uniques in that area. Yeah, definitely can agree about this. I mean, this is still version 1.0 of this Secret Alpaca level. Any feedback you have, you can send it over at Note and tell them, hey, I like this level, but I think it needs this or that, or I think it could use this or that improvement. I mean, it's something new, and as long as we give them feedback, they would be able to take it into consideration and maybe improve the level. It's a nice idea, though. It's definitely a nice idea to have a Secret Alpaca level. It fits well into the game. Top-notch name, hey, on the Secret Alpaca level. It's been something that has been requested for a long time. It's been something that has been requested, suspected, and so on. And eventually they did what we were asking for. Some sort of Easter egg secret level. Also the damage numbers are missing. Right now there is a bug and you don't see damage numbers in this level. Most likely a bug. I don't think that's an intended feature. But again, it's something new, so it's gonna take some patching every now and then for this, some improvements with each big patch. Bit by bit. Bit by bit this could become a very fun activity. Especially if they remove this power creep from the items, then I would really feel motivated to play this, because I would know it would give me items that are just as good as the ones I get from Fazir. Right now it just doesn't. And I just saw that comment, being pro not using any wipe bounce. Well, I wouldn't call someone not using wipe bounce a pro. But yeah, I just don't like losing items. I use wipe bounce every now and then, but right now I'd much rather have extra cooldown instead of a wipe bounce item. It's a 7,400 attack item with basic attack bonus and slugshot bonus, so two completely useless affixes for this hero. But it gives me that extra cooldown, which gives me 24-second cooldown instead of without it 39. So obviously it's worth it, because activating this more often means activating this damage and casting speed more often. This is for 8 seconds, 25% damage, 25 casting speed. And 25 damage reduction. And it also gives me every 24 seconds the ability to use 2 times Conjure Electrode. So that's extra casting speed there. Extra burst damage that I can put on bosses.
Can I offer you a drink?
I think it's a really good way of synergizing. I don't have to use the mace, it could be the sword. It doesn't have to be the mace. Whatever's with better damage, that's the one I would use, as long as I have one of the weapons of that set in my setup together with the shield.
See you next time. Oh yes, potions. I've got those.
How's my fire and regular defense right now? This one would go up by 1%. Actually, it doesn't change by a percent, just a little bit of what. The electric goes to 46, the fire goes from 56 to 54, and the other one from 56 to 53. Okay. It's pointless, I'd rather do this.
You can't use that skill.
In fact, this one is pretty bad. I'm gonna salvage it.
Can I offer? Is that all? Potions for you, potions for your little. See you next time.
Oh, let's gamble. I'm here, might as well gamble while I'm here.
Just who I wanted to see.
Come on, Molten Reach. I know you wanna drop. Be good to me, Molten Reach. Another day without a Molten Reach. It's still out of reach from me. This item is punishing me so much. At least drop me a level 60 Celestial Cuirass. That would be great. Level 60 Celestial Cuirass, and if it can give me Absolver damage, even better, but I won't be picky. Just some defense on it would be good enough as well. Alright, let's do a map now. Captain Tyler. I think that's an Easter egg for Tyler Thompson, the team lead of the game, the project lead of the game. There's also Thompson's Motivator, which is an item that you can find that's named after him. You immediately feel super motivated when you see that item. Alright, let's see here. Arc of Light. Too many pets. Need to go and set some pets free. Yeah, I have so many of those free ones. What have we here? There was a white Chakawari there, so we can remove this one. Okay, I think I have an aubergine cat somewhere up there. Alright, I've made enough room. I can clear some more later. What about this one? It seems like a pretty fun one. This one on a bleed build could be pretty solid. I'm gonna save it. In fact, let's try and find it some place. Anything that doesn't have a helmet. This one could use a mask. This is a wall level, so I don't need it. I can probably... wondering what to put there. Alright, let's do a map. Let's do a map.
Oh, that's smart. Honestly, I think you could do better.
Let's do the uniques one. Jessica says, in sharpshooter, what skills do I use to produce burn on mobs? Well, explosive arrow tier 1 can help you. If you have the pistol for goose, there is a pistol called I forgot what it was called. I'm gonna check. The pistol was called, where's the sharpshooter stuff? Lil Drake. Lil Drake leaves a burning area after impact doing 50% weapon damage that was 6 seconds. That's one thing, but in general what you want on sharpshooter to cause burn is that passive. If you don't have a chance to burn on your items, you want the passive that I'm gonna show you. This passive, ignition source. You can get ignition source very early in the game, and that would give you 25 chance to burn when you max it out. 25 chance to burn, it's definitely nice, and you're definitely gonna see it proccing, and this burn applies to everything. You would be burning with Scout's Bones, you would be burning with Explosive Arrow, with Targeted Strikes, Shasta would be burning, everything that hits, even your pet, I think would have a chance to burn. So Ignition Source, if you don't have chance to burn on your weapon, is a must-have in order to trigger Firestorm and the Summoning Smash. Actually, the Summoning Smash does not require the enemy to be burning, which is nice, that tier 1 bonus. But Magma Burst requires to kill burning enemies or critically hitting burning enemies. So you definitely need Ignition Source. or chance to burn on your weapon. If you don't want ignition source, if you want to save the points and put them elsewhere, then get weapons with chance to burn. Okay. Yeah, my harmonic form, come on, don't end. Okay, I managed to kill some before the harmonic form ended. I'm loving all those shock bolts that the Conjure Electrode does. How am I doing with the quest? 52% on that and 5 more jars. Okay. Okay, we've got the jars. Oh no, one more jar. See. Quest completed. Let's try not entering the portal. Or maybe I should enter the portal. There is just probably a little area over there that I haven't explored. Baskerville says, I'm playing Torchlight 3 now. My quest directed me to the King's Plateau, but I can't go there because there's a statue. Yeah, this is a known bug that will be fixed with the next patch. I'm assuming you're on console, because so far I think only people on console have this bug. There's few ways to work around this. One way would be to get someone who has completed the completed the game and has the next waypoint to taxi you, to invite you in a team, or you to invite them, and then to give you a town portal, teleport portal to the next zone. Another way to fix it is to constantly rewalk for a few minutes, So you're rewogging for a few minutes. You're waiting for the instance to reset, so that it would regenerate a new version of the King's Plateau, of the King's Road, not the King's Plateau, and then rewalk after a few minutes. So yeah, rewogging for like 7, 8, 10 minutes, and then wogging back in could potentially randomly regenerate that map and generate it in such a way where you can teleport past it or move past that statue. That's not intended. They just messed up with the last patch with the map generation. If you're having the bug on PC, invite me. If you're on Steam, invite me and I can help you. Whoever has this bug on PC, just send me an invite and I can taxi you. Just a moment. You got through it by changing to a different character for a short time. But yeah, that's how you could get this. That's how you can get this sorted, by rewogging, and then eventually it would regenerate the map. Something with the prop generation and prop placement made it so that it would have a chance to place this big statue there, which shouldn't be a thing. But yeah, use my Steam friend code, add me, let me know, and I can try and help you and taxi you to the next zone. That's all I can do, at least for now, to help. So the real Slim Shady just added me. Let's see if I see them on my friends list. It says offline. I'm gonna go invisible, and I'm gonna go offline and back online into Steam to force my friends list to revolt. What difficulty are you on, by the way? Tell me what difficulty so I can switch to the right difficulty, because I think I'm on a different difficulty. So if you're not on ridiculous, let me know and I can just switch to a different one. Or you can log on ridiculous and I can just taxi you on that difficulty. It doesn't matter. Does anyone else other than Slim Shady need the taxi? You're on ridiculous. Okay, then I can just invite you. Jacek, whether proc monster or relic based spec is stronger, I can't tell you. I think they're equally strong. You just need different items, and there's different ways of relic based spec. For example, you can go blazing pure and using the legs that give you energy back, or you can go to the what's it called? You can go for Egg of Mayhem and Sword Smash. That's another way of doing it. So you can teleport to me. Press your teleport, and my PC is Z, and then warp to the player. There you go. Now let's invite the other person. And you're welcome. You're welcome. Enjoy it. Baskerville Z. Let's invite him as well. Okay, he should be here. Baskerville Z. I'm gonna quickly reset. I'm gonna go offline, online. on my friends list. Offline, sign in, open friends list. So yeah, that's the least I can do is to help you get through that bug. So yeah, again, use your teleport to port next to me, and then you should be able to reach this. And enjoy it. Enjoy the rest of your quest, of your main quest. Always happy to help. I mean, I shouldn't need to help in the first place. The bug shouldn't exist in the first place, but at least I can help to anyone who needs it. I can't help console people though. If you're on console or any type of console, regardless of which one, I won't be able to help with this. But on PC, if anyone else needs this this hot fix or whatever you want to call it, this workaround, I can help. Yeah, bugs. Bugs will be bugs. So yeah, there were a lot of people with this book, I guess. But yeah, with the next patch, this will be fixed. It could be in a few weeks, it could be in a couple of weeks, it could be a hot fix next week. But they know about this, and that's probably high on their priority list. Normally progression blocking bugs are the highest on the priority list, especially if it's progression of the main story. They want this to be the smoothest experience possible, running the main story. So anything that breaks the main story is definitely gonna be top priority for fixes. Okay. Yeah, if it's in the in progress category, then definitely already being worked on, which is nice. See how good it is to have such a system like Node. You can pay attention to certain things, know what's being worked on, what isn't. Definitely you don't know everything that they're working on, but you at least know about certain bugs, bug reports and things like that. You know about those, whether they have been reported by others or not, and what the status of that one is. A lot of transparency with Node. I did suggest to the Chaosbane developers, or at least to the community manager. I told the community manager to contact the developers and suggest to them the option of making a note so that the community could help report things, and so that they can keep track of certain things that are broken. Chaosbane would really benefit from a note. Okay, let's do that. There. Nice. Let's move on over here. Ah, I entered. I didn't want to enter. These portals, I mean, I can probably return if I want to, but let's just... Ah, too many spiders.
You're close to dying.
Almost got me there.
You're refreshed.
What's the time? 8:47 p.m. Okay, we got less than 2 hours left before I go give my pet medicine and stop the stream and feed myself as well as the pet. So I'm looking for something that gives me damage to Absolver, has defense and has a socket to replace this current one. Also relic energy cost would be appreciated. This one is pretty nice though. Defense, 2 sockets and damage with entropy. I'm losing crit damage, but yeah, I think it's worth it for the extra survivability. So one good item from this run, worth replacing my current chest piece. Sky is washing himself, and when I started petting him, he started washing my hand. I mean, licking my hand. And Sky is my pet to the new people here who don't know. Soon you would be able to see him. Let me check what's happening with the delivery, by the way. Just a moment. I'm gonna check the tracking link. Did it reach my country? Yeah, this parcel still hasn't reached my country. I think I ordered it on the 29th or the 28th of December. I'm still waiting for my green screen for my streaming. Well, it's around the holiday, so I didn't expect quick delivery in any case. But let's upgrade this. First of all, what defense is the shittiest? Physical and whitening, which is equal to physical right now, because it doesn't have extra. Oh, nice. I don't have much to disenchant, so I'd rather keep this for now. 5,000 extra physical, extra fire, not bad. 42 physical. Could be worse. Could be much worse. White spear and absolver, and this is absolver and chance to walk. Okay, let's do another map. Cactus says, what class build do you like the most? This question again. Yeah, I don't have a favorite class, but I do have favorite builds. And this is one of my favorite builds, by the way, the Absolver Zealot. Although this is a slight rework, slight update on my Absolver Zealot. In general, I like Electrode from all the relics. Electrode is my favorite. I also love all the other relics, but Electrode, I just love the idea of building as a proc monster build, as a build where I'm trying to make as many hits per second, so I can trigger as many lightning strikes per second. So this is one of my favorite builds. I really love my melee sharpshooter Electrode. I also love builds with Drain, even though Drain is a little bit underpowered compared to some other abilities on the what's it called, on the Blood Drinker. I still love Drain builds. In fact, I think I've got 4 or 5 different builds with Drain so far that I've made. So you can kind of see the pattern there. But yeah, I love builds with summons. It doesn't have to be Bane summoner builds. I've made Cold Heart summoner builds. I've made Electrode summoner builds, which means more summons means more hits per second, which means more lightning strikes per second. So the summons are not the ones doing the damage, it's the lightning strike that does the damage, but the summons are the ones that bring the thunder. So those are very fun builds on any class, especially now that you've got so many more things that can give you summons, such as Sword of the Lost Legion. It's fun. They just need to make Sword of the Lost Legion benefit from the cooldown from the Frost Wall, from the shield I'm wearing, because right now it doesn't. When they fix this, so I can get Sword of the Lost Legion from 60 to 30 second cooldown. In fact, it's gonna go to 24 seconds cooldown because of the 10% cooldown from Dark Spears, which brings me to the point where they need to propagate this change from cooldown to Dusk Mage skills to cooldown to all skills. They need to make this same change for the other heroes. So cooldown to Forge skills on tier 2, what's its name? What was the name? Fracking Strike. This needs to become a cooldown reduction the same way as this. Then tier 2 Sacrifice to Ghouls. It needs the same treatment. From cooldown to Sharpshooter skills to cooldown reduction. And the same applies to... I think it was Mortar Car. If I'm not mistaken, Mortar Car was the one with the cooldown on a Realm Master. So yeah, there's many builds to like out there, but most of my favorite builds are Electrode builds. Just because I really love this subclass. It really suits me, and not because I'm struck. Not because I'm struck. Just a coincidence. I just love the whole mechanic of it. But yeah, it's a fun subclass. And this casting speed is so fun on the Dusk Mage. It's just one of the best synergies there. Too many buttons on this build. Well, you can be a minimalist and remove this and remove this, and that's two less buttons to use. Those are optional, but using those things, actually this one I would probably replace with something that's on a cooldown, so I can trigger mana infused, so I can spam more. But I don't mind for now using that extra 25% damage. But yeah, this build is a little bit more difficult to manage. It requires It requires a little bit more getting used to. But in every single build I make, I try to use every single SWAT. I try to make the most out of my skill bar SWATs. But that doesn't mean you can't remove some things that are not crucial to the build, that are not mandatory and can be replaced or removed if you want something that's easier to play on a gamepad. That doesn't include as many buttons. Look at those goblins. What are they doing there? Is there a new goblin convention out there? A GobCon? In Diablo 3, I used to call when you meet a cluster of goblins, of wood goblins, I used to call it a GobCon. You know, when you meet a bunch of goblins clustered up, I used to call that the Goblin Convention, the GobCon, when I used to play with my friends. GobCon, yeah, let's make it a thing. GobCon, GobCon 2021. No orcs allowed, only goblins. Dalek wants to join me. Okay. Dalek, do you need the progression thingy? Do you want me to port you? Let me finish this map and I can. I'm assuming that's what he needs. When I see level 45, I'm assuming that's the reason. Ah, the damn portal spawned under my cursor. I couldn't see my wood. No. Where is the yes no button when exiting? Where is the yes no button? This is another thing I hope they fix soon. Every time you enter a portal there needs to be a yes no button, especially the portal that exits the chest room, the boss room. But my pet is named Sky, not with the E, just like the sky in the you know above us, just like the sky above us. SKY. Okay, let's teleport to King's Plateau. Oh, he actually accidentally invited. I thought you needed to teleport to this thing. No worries. No worries. And Andrei says joining also the party. Name is Nordred. A party for what? If you want to join me, sure, you can join me, but you might have to add me on Steam. It's easier if you add me. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing some endgame together. I've got like an hour and a half left. But yeah, Dawak invited me by accident, but that's fine. We can make another party if you want to do some level 60 farming. So yeah, either add me on Steam. If you give me the friend code, it might be easier, but I can try and add you through searching the profile. Just don't know how. How do I look for people? Looking up people. Nordrat. Where do I type Nordrat? Friends, add a friend. No, that's not it, friends. How do you... where was the place where you look up... Oh, there you go. Here, profile name. Nordrat, let's look it up. Wait, did I type it the right way? Andrei says that they're gay friends. Alright. And Yenervite says the hot bar showed he had 99. Yeah, that's a bug. I never liked how many bugs. Nordred. I've misspelled one. How the potion sometimes would say I have 99 or I have 10 or 20, but in fact I would have different number. Well, there's a lot of Nordreds. There's Nordred from Spain. There's Nordred from the Russian Federation. There's Nordred from, well, there's a lot of Nordred. I do see Andrei though. Nordred. Andrei. I do see him. Sent you the invite. I'm gonna go offline and online again. No, yeah, of course it was a joke. We did understand he was joking. What should I put there? Let's see. I'm gonna dismantle some items. Okay, you've accepted. I can invite you just a moment. Let's chuck this there. P. Do you wanna run Fazir or do you wanna run other stuff like Mapworks? I personally don't care either way. I'm just farming for certain items. Specifically for one item, that's what I'm farming for one item. It's the Gearwaki map. This one would be a nice one to do. Yeah, did you see the invite? I'm gonna quickly give my pet some food because he's just bugging me. He's bugging me a bit too much, so let's just give him a little. Come Sky, say Mia. Say Mia. Come here. Alright, one happy piggy eating food. Yeah, you can teleport to me, by the way. If you don't know how, press your portal button. For me it's Z. I'm not sure what the default is, whether it was Z or not. Can't remember. If you want, we can do your Fazir. I wouldn't mind doing your Fazir. For me it just doesn't matter. Not a fan of the Fazir in general, but there isn't anything else worth doing if you're farming items. For now, at least. I'm wondering what build he has on his forged. His Fazir is higher level than mine. So if you wanna push your own Fazir and get gear that's stronger, do let me know. I don't mind pushing your own Fazir. if the gear here is too low for you. Plates of pancakes for you is a weekly thing. He's probably typing in the in-game chat. I need to enable the in-game chat. Sorry, I keep it disabled. I'm gonna enable it in a moment. And Sims the Sun Bro, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Let me clear out here, and then I'm gonna enable my in-game chat. Oh, he's using the area chat. You can use nearby. You can use tab to change. Nearby is with then there's party. Nearby and party chat. The area chat, I think it's kind of like the global, but not really, not a true global. Let's see. Center. And Jacek is asking how to add me as a friend. I can definitely help you if you're on PC. I can help. Just add my friend code on Steam. When you go to add friends, there's a place where you can type a friend's code, and you can type my friend code. If you need my friend code, exclamation Steam in chat. I used it earlier. I'm gonna use it again. For you, exclamation Steam. Just type that friend code in the search, whatever it's called. Basically, when you go to add a friend from the Steam friends list, it opens this. I'm not sure what it's called. So you click on friends, then you click on the person at it says add friend, and then it says enter your friend's friend code to invite them to connect. Once you do that, I should see the invitation and accept it. Let's see. If you want to use the tree of work, it's at the top. I keep it at the top over here. It's a bit hidden, a bit hard to access that tree. I normally don't want that tree going to level 5, but eventually it will go to level 5. Hopefully by that time they let me actually use the level 4 visual of on a level 5 tree of work. And okay, that was a weird message. You're looking for it. When you open the friends list on Steam, there is a human with a plus, like a person with a plus, which says add friend. When you click that one, it should show you your own code, and underneath it a text field where you can type a specific code of another person. Okay, I got the request. I'm gonna accept it in a moment. There you go. Confirmed. Well, Necromancer build, not really, but you can summon 20 skeletons. You can summon 10 skeletons with the Bone Razor and Bone Walker. 3 of those skeletons are ranged. So, see this one, 3 skeletons and another 4 archers and another 3 skeletons. And then you can use this thing called Sword of the Lost Legion to summon another 10 skeletons for 20 seconds. And then there's a Necro Pupper with the pet, as someone pointed out. The pet has Necro Pupper that summons 2 skeletons. But yeah, you can combine that with other minions. The pet, right now the pet has Summon Flock, which doesn't work properly, and it has Assemble, which also doesn't work properly. But yeah, that would give you some extra summons from the pet, and then the pet can also summon certain things from a certain token. One token there would allow you to summon some more things, and then you have Bane, which basically summons a lot of spiders and things. And almost every class except the Forge has a summoning skill. Oh, Angered Ancestors. Let's not do Angered Ancestors. Let's try and find something gear-wacky.
But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back?
Come on, there's gotta be a gear-wacky map somewhere out here. Gear-wacky Siege. Okay, that's good. So this match is a minion build. Spirit Well. The Realm Master has trains and other things such as ancestral spirits and things. Then the Sharpshooter has Shasta, which is a wolf that can taunt, and Goblin Legion, and also Rizi, which can summon a Netherim. Oh, this is a nice map for farming. It's a big map. Keep in mind, don't expect pets to do a lot, not pets, minions. Don't expect minions to do a lot of damage. Right now, they've designed them in such a way they're more of a either source of proccing things, such as my Lightning Strike that can proc on hitting a shocked enemy, or for meat shield. They're not designed in such a way where you would get the damage from the minions. You can get a lot of damage from the minions only if there's no ads. For example, let's say the boss is solo and every single one of your minions is focusing on the boss. This would definitely result in good damage, but when there's ads around the boss, it's not gonna be as great because the minions would be randomly attacking whatever is nearby. And yeah, that's not gonna be this great. But when it's just the minions and the boss, they can do a lot of damage if you have a ton of them. See. Any wood worth keeping? And some said he just got the game and thinking what to play. Well, if you're thinking about what to play, I've got a lot of builds on my website. Some of them are a little bit outdated and would require some changes in gear and skills point of occasions. But but the general core of those builds kind of remains the same. Apart from some of the forged builds, since the forge has been reworked, only my recent forged builds are kind of up to date. Some of the ones are pretty outdated. Eventually, when I have time to rework everything, I will. It takes a while. It requires me to level up heroes with specific relics. Then I need to farm specific items to do those builds. Some of the builds I did on the test server, and on the test server you can skip the leveling up part and be instantly level 45 or instantly level 60 and just farm some items. Let's not do Angered Ancestors because they're boring. Gearwalkie damage enhanced, that doesn't sound bad. Maybe we can do that, damage enhanced Gearwalkie. Whether it's a bit more alive than Wolsen, it has the exact same problem Wolsen has with the endgame. There's only one type of endgame, real endgame type, and it has this boring mechanic where the higher you go, the stronger your items, which basically means if they add new endgame, they either have to remove this mechanic so that items obtained from the new endgame could actually be worth it compared to the old one, or they have to implement this mechanic in the new endgame, which kind of limits the way they will be designing new endgame if they have to implement this power creep. I hope they revert this change and then just make it a little bit different. Make it so that the power creep is not on items. Wait, there's a minion? Oh, there's a yellow enemy behind us. When did it spawn? You can see the FPS is dropping a lot when I'm playing Electrode. Right now, actually there's even wag right now. I'm seeing some wagging. Let me check. I don't have a monitor for my FPS, for my ping. I wish there was a ping monitor in the game somewhere that I could enable. Let's see what's here. Yeah, that was some quick maps. Should we do Angered Ancestors? It's still giving me shitty. If it gave me something with Gearwalkie, maybe I could pick it. Gearwalkie, Angered Ancestors, Gearwalkie with Netherwell. Double the swow. Netherwell and Angered Ancestors, yeah, that's gonna be... See, Blazing Gearwalkie, that's not bad. Stormbringer Blazing Gearwalkie. That's manageable. Unique, nice. And Senko, I see you play Chaos Bane too. Yes, I do play Chaos Bane too. I do have a YouTube channel where I post builds, and they also go on my website as well. I play some other games as well, but my main games are Torchlight 3 and Chaos Bane. Those are the games I've done the most content for. Borderlands 3 used to be a main game of mine until they started adding power creep and constantly raising the level cap without an option to up level some of my old items. And also that the time limited events and time limited wood, this kind of killed Borderlands for me. Having to play specific events during specific times so I can get those affixes before they disappear. Just doesn't sit well with me in a water game. I'm fine for cosmetics to be limited with time, but when they start limiting affixes only during specific events, it just kills it for me. And I will be making content for other games like Diablo 4, Grim Dawn 2, etc. when they come out. I'm even gonna make some content for Diablo Immortal, although I'm not a mobile gamer and I don't wanna play Diablo Immortal much. I'm probably just gonna give it the occasional review, beginner's guide and stuff like that. Because yeah, I don't plan on spending time playing Diablo Immortal. Just to test it so I can give people an honest review from my point of view. But yeah, Diablo 4 is right now, I guess, my big title that I'm anticipating in the genre. Other games that I wouldn't mind getting eventually after I get myself a GPU, because I'm saving for a new GPU. Eventually I want to get probably Outriders. Once I see some people giving feedback about the game, whether it's good, whether it's not. Because right now Outriders seems like a very risky purchase. After I saw what Square Enix's publishers did to Marvel Avengers. I'm hoping Outriders doesn't end up the same way, because it's the same publisher. But yeah, I'm normally a Wooter game player. Okay, there's Angered Ancestors and Gearwalkie. Prepare your anus for Angered Ancestors. This is gonna be a tough map. It's not tough, it's more like boring map, because just a stupid skeleton following you around. If they made it so every 30 seconds some bunch of skeletons ambush you and come from the ground, and when you kill them you get 0 XP and 0 fame and 0 drops, that would have been a much more fun mechanic rather than those spirits that follow us and swallow us when we are next to them, and teleport if we go too far from them, so you can't even shake them off. Basically it's forcing you to not stand in one place, which most of the times you need to stand in one place to fight some enemies. And there's one Angered Ancestor for every player, following every player. So it becomes a nightmare when there's like 4 of us in the same place and all those ghosts are going in that one place. Do you see what I'm talking about? Those Angered Ancestors. I think there's ways to rework it to not be overpowered, but to not be boring either. Okay, let's go. Okay, this way. I'm gonna check some of the chat. On this map, I'm not gonna be able to pay attention to the chat as much because a moment of distracting myself by accident and I could end up having 3 or 4 skeletons on me. But yeah, I'm gonna check the chat. I saw some messages there. Yeah, I definitely say that it sounds like a potential disaster for Outriders. I mean, definitely I'm not happy of what happened to Marvel Heroes when Square Enix were the publishers and they were splitting the development between multiple studios. It wasn't just one studio developing the game, it was different studios, and obviously too many chefs in the kitchen resulted in Marvel's Avengers, not Heroes, Avengers. I keep saying Heroes, I think. Yeah, with Marvel's Avengers, you saw what happened. So the same thing might end up happening, although there's not many studios, just one studio making Outriders. So hopefully it doesn't end up becoming bad. But it's another game I have on my watch list, whatever you wanna call it. Paying attention to that game. Angered Ancestors aren't a threat, they are more of a boring mechanic. And they could be much more fun if, as I said, every X seconds, let's say every 30 seconds you get ambushed by 10 skeletons. And to make it balanced so people don't abuse it, make it so that we don't get experience or drops or fame from those skeletons that ambush us. And that's gonna be much more fun to do. And probably more challenging to deal with, because there could be some funny moments where they kind of body block you and you can't escape because your movement skill is not ready, or maybe they just cluster up with all the other enemies you're fighting. And to have ranged skeletons, basically if 10 skeletons spawn, 3 of them could be ranged or 4 of them could be ranged, so they can actually hit you even if you're moving away. Actually, even melee classes can have it easy with this one, as long as you play them well and as long as you pay attention to how far away the Angered Ancestors are. But with melee it's a little bit more annoying because you have to get away from the monster for a moment. But it said OBS Studio reconnected and earlier it said disconnected, so maybe my stream dropped for like 4 or 5 seconds. Most likely that might have happened. But yeah, we can stack 3 different auras, which is 75% extra damage. Keep in mind, the more people we have in the team, the less damage we do. But the more buffs we can stack, so in general it kind of evens out. It's kind of not your typical way of handling increased difficulty in multiplayer, but that's how they're doing it in this game. Why can't I use my it's anchored, meaning we can't use movement skills in this map. Oh, the boss is the other way. I see it on the map where the boss is.
Can't cast that spell here. Can't cast that.
There we go. Okay. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the builds on my site. I'm always happy to hear that some people enjoy those. I started pulling that website for people who just asked me to make text versions, text and screenshot versions of the builds, and eventually I started making those as per requested, and I kept going with those things being posted on the website as well as on my channel. Okay, I'm gonna pull them away. You rest, I'm gonna try and pull them away, but it's gonna be a bit difficult to rest. It's annoying. It's annoying with those skelly men. See, they should. This is something that shouldn't happen in the first place. Why do they still exist after you kill the boss? I've been asking since day one after they added this affix. Why don't they disappear after you kill the boss? Like it's preposterous to get killed by something like those angered ancestors after the boss has died. This is just, yeah, it's boring. It's boring to be that way. And the least they can do is just despawn them after the boss is killed. So what did I get? Frostwall level 60. It's missing extra defense, and it's only 5,000 defense, not 10,000. And my game just crashed again. What's happening? 2 crashes in one day. This game... What's happening? This game barely crashes for me, and now the sound is super loud. What the? The game just closed itself. I restarted the game and it closed itself. Wow. Wow. And when it restarted, when the game restarted after crashing, the sound was so loud that it almost made me deaf. If one of you got deaf, blame Extra Games, not me. I didn't tell the game to start with such loud sound. Alright, that was a weird crash, but at least there was a button to send the crash report, so maybe it helps figure out what caused the crash. Mr. Journey Gaming, My Journey Gaming, not Mr. My Journey Gaming, welcome back.
Your pet is your pet is hurting.
My pet is hurting in the city.
No refunds.
Thanks for the party re-invite. Should we do another Angered Ancestors? Let's avoid Angered Ancestors. It's just so... It's not fun. It's not like it's a super big of a challenge. And Nordred, thank you very much for the follow as well on Twitch. It's my teammate who came from YouTube. So let's do... I'm trying to find a Gearwalkie map for us with extra droppy drops. Yervat says the time is lead. Lead time there. Lead time you've got there. Shit, there's no... Is there really not a single Gearwalkie map to select from? We might as well do a Mapworks. Oh, there we go. Siege Gearwalkie. And Priest of Aten just got his first winter weave boots and can't wait to imagine playing without these now. He can't imagine playing without these now. Yeah, winter weave boots are pretty interesting. as a combo. If anyone is wondering what those are, I can quickly try and show you what they do. Winter Weave Boots is basically this thing. Where is it? Cast movement skills, and then you gain 25 movement speed for 5 seconds, or get immune to slow. There's definitely some things that could give you more damage, so if you don't need more damage, crit chance and knockdown immunity, things like that, that you can get from other boots. For example, Ancient Ember boots for me are much more useful for some builds, not for all, for some builds. Then there's for some builds you might wanna use the Wood Beast sandals for the crit chance or for the knockback stun immunity. But the Winter Weave boots are amazing as well. Also the Winter Weave hatch, if you're a forged, that equals Winter Weave hatch on forged items. Oh, this one was a quick map. Are we going in? Maybe we are. Some says he's either gonna go electric or wood. Keep in mind, if you want damage, electric or fire is the way to go. If you want healing, Blood Drinker is amazing for healing, for keeping you alive. Bane can give you a lot of defense, so another one good for survivability. It's on me. It kept following me. I guess I held the aggro there. Let's see here. Well, didn't get much drops, but that was a quick map. Quick gear wiki map. Should we do a quick alpaca level? Maybe we can do a quick alpaca level. Let's see if we get wiki. Anything that isn't cold hard, even cold hard, you can kind of find a few builds with the cold hard that you can enjoy. But they're very niche builds, and you're not going to be using the cold hard to give you extra damage. You're going to be using it for other things. Ice Shield is right now an amazing thing. Ice Golem could be good, but it's very underwhelming that you don't get the damage in until the second cast. So the first cast is basically you wasting 50 energy. So it's just hard to recommend Ice Golem. Ice Shield, on the other hand, it's an amazing skill. Especially if you stay right next to your pet and both of you are next to a boss. That would be pretty strong. Ah. Too many mimics. But one of the good things is with Cold Heart and Flaming Destroyer, it's very hard to go wrong when selecting your relic. There's many ways to build those relics that would give you good damage on any type of class. So for starter relics for your first hero, I always suggest either Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. And then after that, when you get used to having the damage, maybe you can try and play with some other builds. Where you're focusing on other things, on survivability, on crowd control, on summons, and so on. Although summoner Electrode builds are also fun. You're not gonna see the summons do as much damage, but the summons would be proccing things. And that's one of my favorite types of building in the game. Electrode summoners. It's very fun to stack as many minions as you can on an Electrode build with Lightning Strike. Okay, now what's next? There should be some more alpacas, but maybe we can just go back to the town if there's no more elites. We can go back to the fort. Just success on his far sharpshooter. He just has to make sure all enemies are burning and then just blast them with either explosive arrow or target strikes. Yeah, kind of. I mean, when you're using targeted strikes or explosive arrow, this will do burning itself. If you have chance to burn on your items or on your passives from the relic, you can make the enemies burning with anything you use, even basic attacks. So it doesn't have to be just the skills that do burning. As long as you have chance to burn any attack of yours, would be able to trigger the burning, and it would also be able to trigger the when hitting burning enemies effects, the procs.
Your pet is back. Step right up, contestant. Well chosen.
You don't have to click 8 skills all the time. You just you can just focus on one skill or 2 skills, as many skills as you want. You just need chance to burn on either a weapon or offhand or anywhere. You just need chance to burn, and ignition source, the passive skill, is a very great source of chance to burn, because it gives you 25% chance to burn for 5 skill points invested into it. Definitely better than the shocking passive, which gives you the shocking passive gives you 10% with 5 points, only 2% per point. So you definitely get 150% more chance with the burning relic to cause the element, to cause the elemental effect. Do I have a real master build where I use a ranged weapon? Well, I don't... See, the thing is, when you're saying when you use a ranged weapon, that would imply that the build is basic attack build. What weapon you use doesn't really matter. What weapon you use doesn't really matter apart from when using basic attack builds. The weapon for me is mostly a stat stick. Unless I'm making a basic attack build, the weapon is a stat stick. So yeah, it only matters when you're doing a ranged build. By the way, I'm not sure what happened. It got me disconnected or something. I see Dawak in my fort, but I'm not in the party. Did someone disconnect, or was it me getting disconnected? But yeah, I have many builds that were using ranged weapons, but those ranged weapons were just stat sticks, so it made no difference whether it was a ranged weapon or not. Wait, which map were we doing? I think it was Plague something. Plague Bearer, Siege, Gearwalkie. And Andrei saying, please open the team chat. He was asking, do you want to level up your Fazir? Well, not really fond on leveling up my Fazir. I don't see a reason to do it. This power creep, I don't count on this power creep remaining in the game. If it does, too bad. I'm focusing on farming Gearwalkie maps because I just need that item to drop. I need for my Legendarium or equipped, it doesn't matter, ideally it would be my Legendarium. I need that one item called Molten Reach. I really need that item for this build. Not just for this build, but it's super important for me to get that item. It's been 2 months since the game launched, even more, and I still haven't gotten it, and it's annoying to not get that one item for so long. Third Disc Mage I'm playing on already on this account, on this server, since the game launched, since the wipe. But yeah, I don't see a reason why I would level my Fazir. It's more of the same. It's just monsters with more stats and items that give me more stats to push those monsters. Nothing more boring than this. Lower levels of the Fazir get cleared quicker. They can also drop gear. The only reason why one might want to push the Fazir to like level 150 is because at level 150 you might get lucky to get unique dividing Gearwalkie map. There's nothing better for farming than unique dividing Gearwalkie map. And in order to get that, you need maps with double negative affixes. You need a map that gives you unique and is gear and is dividing, or a map that gives you dividing and is unique. And some bro asked about respecking. Yes, you can respec skill points, and there's 4 ways you can get respectacles. Basically, respectacles are a consumable that when you consume it, it gives you 1 respectacle point, and you can lower the level of a skill by 1 with each of those points. And you can either get them from bosses, from boss chests. You can buy them for 2,500 gold from a consumable vendor, or you get 5 of them every after level 5. Every 5 levels you get 1. So at level 5 you get 1, at level 10 you should get 1, unless they change this. But that's how it was with the leveling up. You could get 1 respectacle every 5 levels. But yeah, now you can buy them from the store, from the consumable vendor. 2,500 gold is not that much per respectacle. And yeah, one respectacle means -1 level for a specific skill. So for example, if I want to make this one level 5, I need to use 5 of my 36 total respectacles I've collected. The respectacles look like this. This is a respectacle. I use it, and now this from 36 became 37. You just go to a skill station and remove it. And yeah, you can farm respectacles from contracts. Every 10 levels of the contracts, of the repeatable levels of the contract. I think I just need to start from the beginning about contracts, because it would be confusing. So there's something called contracts over here. And there's 3 of them with 1 limited right now, so you better do this first before it disappears. So each one of them has 40 levels, and then those ones here, the regular ones, Adventurer, Craftsman, and Homesteader, they each have 40 levels with 1-shot rewards, and then after that they have 10 repeatable whoop levels. You finish those 10 levels, you go back to the first one. You finish those 10 levels, you get back to the first one. One of those rewards every 10 levels is a respectacle. And you get contract levels by killing champions and looting fame. It could be bosses, it could be unique, legendary, elite monsters. Anytime you finish a quest, you also get fame from the quest chest. So in those maps we are running, each map has a quest of the map. So yeah, you get fame, you get contract levels, and you can get respectacles from there. So there's 4 ways, as far as I can remember, to get respectacles. Contracts, the vendor, by leveling up, and by drops. Unless you count drops and the chest separate, then we can count it as 5. If you count boss chests and boss drops as a separate thing, but I put them into the drops category. And yeah, it's not that difficult to get those. What's the limited contract? The limited contract is the winter contract. So there's some winter pets there, some winter decorations for your fort. You better do it. The Snow and Steam is the limited one. It doesn't have a repeatable, and it's 3 times slower to get levels. The normal contracts require 333 fame per contract level. The winter contract requires 1,000, and there's 40 levels, and there's no whoop. So basically you need 40,000 fame to finish the winter contract. So just do that one first until while it's here. I don't think it's gonna disappear until next month, maybe. There most likely might be a limited, not Halloween, a limited Valentine's. There's probably gonna be a limited Valentine's contract. If they do a limited contract, maybe only pets with the next patch. We'll see. Ancient Ember Boots. Pretty good to see that dropping. So yeah, do it before the next patch. Normally you can do it in 1 day. If you reach level 60 and start farming ridiculous, infamous uniques, that's the best map to farm for fame, infamous uniques. Meaning every single fame drop would be doubled, and every single champion would be a green one, which gives the most fame. That's the map that can yield the most fame rewards for contract leveling. So yeah, you can probably do that in a few hours of farming those maps in the Fazir to to get enough fame. Let me check something. I think I found myself a new item, which means I need to rework this. What defense is needed the most? Regular. Okay, not so bad. Better than nothing, so... Where is the best place to farm the new armor sets? I can't tell you. Anywhere. Just Gearwalkie maps. Gearwalkie uniques dividing maps. So find yourself a map in the Fazir that says Gearwalkie with dividing or Gearwalkie with uniques like this one. And farm it. And if it's goblins, even better. If there's goblins on the map, even better. And it's a good place to farm anything. Alternatively, you can just run regular maps of 25 Gearwalk, but that's not gonna be the same. But the further you go into the Fazir, the slower it will be to complete stuff. So it's a question of whether you wanna go and push for the further Fazir levels or farm some of the lower Fazir levels. Level 16 and higher is needed for level 60. But if you don't need level 60 items, you can even try and farm some low level stuff, such as the Acrid Plains. But I think Winter Weave only drops on 46 or higher level monsters. So if you want to farm Winter Weave, you need to farm level 46 or higher enemies, which means Fazir or Mapworks or the Alpaca level. I really don't like this quest with the ancient dwarven caches. Dwarven sentry guides. Thankfully, when you're in multiplayer, every single quest drops as many times as the players in the team, which makes completing those quests that are hard to complete due to the script much easier on multiplayer. Yenervite says, seems like I get stuck for a while repeating Fazir levels around that 16 mark. Seems the difficulty increases quickly there and the elemental attacks differ. You need defense. If you want to push the Fazir, you need to focus on defense rather than damage. If you focus on damage, that's good enough, but you better be good at dodging. But if you focus on defense, even if your damage sucks, you would be able to face tank stuff. And the further you push the Fazir, the better the items that drop. The stronger, I mean, not the better, the stronger. HD Max says, is this game like Path of Exile? Well, yes and no. Same genre, but different taste, different flavor. So it's like comparing coffee to Coca-Cola or to Pepsi. It's still a non-alcoholic beverage that has a brown color. Unless it's some sort of weird type of cola or a coffee with milk. But yeah, it's still kind of similar, but yet very different. So this game is kind of like a little bit more bright, a little bit more humorous, less grim and dark, and it doesn't have that much complexity in regards to making a build. But it also doesn't mean that the game doesn't have depth. It really has a lot of depth when it comes to making builds. You have hundreds of builds in this game that you can make as a result of the different classes, different subclasses, different items that you can combine in those builds. So it's not as difficult as Path of Exile to make a build, and the difference between a shitty build and a meta build is not as bad as in Path of Exile. In Path of Exile there is a huge difference between a meta build and a shitty build, and a shitty build wouldn't be able to complete the toughest content, whereas in this game builds are more like picking a playstyle rather than picking something that can and cannot do the content. A meta build would do the content much quicker than a shitty build, but a shitty build would still be able to do the content as long as you have the appropriate level items for that content. So yeah, the meta build provides you speed, provides you the ability to face tank stuff, to do things quicker, but it's not like a matter of if you can do stuff, it's a matter of how quickly and how easily you can do stuff with shitty or a meta build. And I like this sort of balance, which is very hard to balance in games like this, in such a way that shitty builds can still be viable and just not as much. And the only problem with this game is it just not the only one of the few problems with this game is it doesn't have enough endgame variety. It's a very new game, it didn't have years of development and adding new content. It launched 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, so we only have this type of endgame that we are doing right now, the Fazier's Dungeon, which is basically kind of like rifting, like Wolsen and Diablo, pushing further and further. There's 251 stages of the Fazier Dungeon. Getting stronger and stronger, the enemies get more damage, more health, more speed. You play Torchlight 1 and 2. This compared to Torchlight 1 and 2 is very different. It's doing a lot of things differently, and it's experimenting, it's trying to break new ground in regards to how certain things are done. For example, the skill system, I really like this skill system compared to Torchlight 2 and 3, and 1 I mean. So I like Torchlight 3 skill system more than Torchlight 2 and 1. I like the enchanting system more in this game, but this game's enchanting system is incomplete in my opinion. We need more ways to change our items. We need to be able to change the affixes on items, not just the sockets. But I definitely prefer this enchanting system over the one in Torchlight 2. It's a little bit easier to enchant here. The pet system is definitely different. You're not gonna see the same pet system as Torchlight 2. You're not gonna see fishing. You're not gonna see the ability to feed your pet fish to make it transform. Pets are skins. Different pets are just different skins, and each pet can use every skill you have unlocked. So you're finding different pets and you're unlocking the skills they come with, and then you can just use those skills on any of your pets. So you can just replace whatever you want. So I really like this way of doing things. That means every pet can be the same in regards to skills, and you're just selecting the skin. You select the pet that visually pleases you, that fits your character, your build, and then you're just selecting the skills you like for your character and build from the ones you've unlocked. So I hope this kind of covers some of the changes between Torchlight 1 and 2 and comparing it to 3. And yeah, Torchlight 2 probably was much more funny with the dialogue compared to this game. I've got another like 20 minutes by the way, and then I need to go give my pet medicine and feed it and feed myself as well. But yeah, in general, I'm a big fan of this game. I think if this game gets as much modding as Torchlight 2, it could become amazing. The first thing I would like to see is a multiplayer mod for the offline, which would mean modded games would be played together. Right now, if you mod your game in one way or another, you're not gonna be able to play with others. So if someone were to make a mod that enables peer-to-peer multiplayer or lobby-based multiplayer, and then people start using this multiplayer mod in their other mods, in mods that give us new classes or new subclasses, or mods that give us new items or things like that, that's gonna be pretty amazing. I mean, this game has a ton of potential. It's on Unreal Engine, on the Unreal Engine 4. Meaning there's a lot of things that people can use for free as tools to make mods for that game. And this is definitely great that it's using this engine that has so much content on the marketplace, so much stuff on the Unreal Marketplace, free, paid, etc. There's a lot of content on the Unreal Marketplace, so that probably would mean modding would be much easier. And they've said that if people really want to mod the game, they will find a way, even though there's no official mod support yet. They said that Torchlight 2 got modded before it added official mod support. So if people really want to mod this game, they would probably find a way to do it for the offline mode, even in the current setup. Wait, this nether well will reduce my casting speed as well, or just the movement? I'm wondering. Ah. Interweave gauntlets, another pair. Where did he go? Ah, that's where he went. Okay, I see. Oh, see, my skill is bugged. Shadow step is bugged. It's not going into cooldown. This happens. It used to happen with certain things. I guess it's happening again with Shadow Step this time. It used to happen with Revolt for me, or in general it used to happen with skills on charges. And they fixed it, and apparently it's not fully fixed, because even though I haven't seen this happening in a few weeks, maybe almost a month, it seems to just happen now. And someone earlier redeemed to hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate. And then jump on in the boss room. Look at those. They're unkillable. So attack speed reduction. Keep in mind, attack speed only affects basic attacks. Casting speed affects most skills in the game. Most skills in the game are channeled, and most skills in the game are also affected by casting speed. So yeah, attack speed only affects basic attacks. Nothing else gets affected by attack speed in the game right now. And the limit is 60%. The cap of attack speed you can get as a bonus for basic attacks. Monkey R X-Men. Currently, that's a known bug. The best way to do it is to get someone to taxi you. If you're on Steam, you can add me, and I can teleport you past that statue. Alternatively, you can walk out, wait like 5-10 minutes, maybe 8 or 10 minutes, and then walk back in. And yeah, by doing so, you kind of force the map to reload, what should I call it? Rebuild itself, regenerate itself, and it has a chance to generate a very nice map without that statue. That's a bug, they know about it. It's getting fixed in one of the next patches, but I can't tell you which one, so kind of a bummer there. It's gonna be the first next patch. I just don't know exactly when it is. Is it next week? Is it the week after next? Is it gonna be with a hotfix or a big patch? We might see a patch next week though. It's Saturday, so maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, we might see a patch that addresses this broken thing. So if you add me on Steam, I can taxi you to that zone. I'm just gonna quickly put something in my storage. Okay, we can do another map in the meantime. But yeah, the best ways for someone, if you're on Steam, if you're not on Steam, the only way, as I said, is to just keep trying to reload. But yeah, as I said, on Steam, the best way is to get someone who has progressed past this one, to just give you a taxi, to let you teleport yourself next to them in the next zone. Okay, I see the friend's request. Just a moment. So yeah, I'm gonna invite you after this map. Extreme close-up map. There we go. It's over here. Bunch of goblins, more goblins. It's over here. With this extreme close-up, you have a very limited field of view with that extreme close-up map modifier. But it's actually one of the fun map modifiers. I actually like this map modifier. Much better than Angered Ancestors. Yeah, it limits your field of view, but it's not something broken and boring. Okay, now let's see. I need to invite Monkey. Is he in my friends list online? If not, I can go offline and rewalk. Okay, go offline, sign in. Monkey is Sifa, right? Monkey is Sifa. Okay, I can teleport and let you port to me. Oh, you're not on the same difficulty. Monkey, can you go to Ridiculous? You can switch back later. If you go to Ridiculous, we can invite you, but right now you're not on the same difficulty, so I can't invite you. Oh yeah, Jennervites, he said there are very few cases where extreme close-up could be a bit annoying and a bit inappropriate. But yeah, when you change your difficulty to Ridiculous, I can invite you. Okay, now when you join, you can just teleport to me. Andrei, thank you very much for the runs as well, Andrei. Nice playing with you. Thanks for the party indeed. Keep leveling the dungeon. Get that gear leveling as well. So yeah, Monkey, you can just press teleport and then click next to me, warp to Struck. So press your teleport portal button hotkey. For me it's Z, for you it could be a different button. And that should allow you to teleport where I am. And that should have sorted this for you. You want some XP? If you want, stay with me for a map. I can take you to a high level map. Just stay a little bit behind, and we can give you some extra XP from that map. One map run. Just careful, you might get one shot. Because it's a level 60, and yeah, the gear stats start jumping after level 40 something by a lot. Careful with the sprays, with the poison sprays. There is no actual power leveling in the game, but if you're fighting monsters 4 or more levels higher than you, you do get a little bit of extra XP. Not much, just a little. Probably like 10, 15, 20% or so more. So it's not that big of a difference. I can rest you. Oh, never mind. He rests himself. But yeah, I can revive in multiplayer. But yeah, unfortunately there is no real power leveling in the game, but I think the best way to power level someone is to run with them while they're doing their story. So let's say your friend just started their story on a level 2 character, and you just run with them, give them the waypoints, kill stuff for them quickly. That's probably the best way to power level. You can still take WoW level people into 60 level maps and boost their levels. But the thing is, they're still gonna need to do their quests. To unlock the Fazir dungeon, they still need to do their quests, their missions. So might as well help them with that. But yeah, that's probably gonna be my last map because it's 10:26 p.m. As I said, until 10:30 is when the stream would go on. Then I need to go feed the pet, give him medicine. Flaming Destroyer Archer, not bad. Oh, he's using the White Vault Cave Breaker as well. Pretty nice. Early in the game, the White Vault Cave Breaker is pretty fun. Later on, they kind of fixed it. It was broken for a while. The White Vault Cave Breaker was doing much more damage than... Actually, it wasn't the damage that was broken, it was the fact that the Cave Breaker could proc other procs. It was also the damage. The damage was actually doing much more than it needed to. Like I think 3 times more damage than it needed to. I think it was doing 100% weapon damage instead of 30%. But the thing is, it could trigger other procs. Because it counted as a skill. It counted as a skill which was... It was doing the skill of White Vault. It was doing the actual skill of White Vault. That's what Michael said. The actual skill that White Vault uses was attached to it, and this counted as a skill, which meant it could trigger procs, but since it's not supposed to, as it's a proc, then he attached the right one, which fixed the problem with the damage and made it no longer be able to proc things. It was super overpowered on Electrode or Flaming Destroyer builds, or any other build where you invest into the proc. But on Electrode with the lightning strikes, every time the falling stalactite hits an enemy, it had a chance to also trigger the lightning strike or the fireball that falls from the sky, which no longer is the case. Oh, we got him to level 45. And he got some level 60 items that might be useful to him. Right, let's go back to King's Plateau. So yeah, that's kind of gonna be it for tonight. Thanks Truckwop for tuning in, for watching on Twitch and YouTube. Unfortunately, the item I needed didn't drop, so if I do make the build video tomorrow, it won't be complete. Or maybe I can just spend tomorrow farming, one more day of farming. Hopefully I can get that Molten Reach. Thanks for tuning in, keep it cool, and until next time from me, goodbye.